Hydra.
Oh, fan.
And I'm gonna have to try to find me a longer cut of that because cuts off the rest. But anyway, hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you've had a safe and awesome week. Uh, Before I bring on the co-host and talk about what we're actually doing tonight, I got some stuff to show off. First of all, I know we talked about this in our movie thing we were talking about, but I found my VHS copy of Pumpkinhead. Showed that to Ed before the show. Also, my awesome wife got me two things. One I'm wearing, one's on my wall. So, might notice it looks like kind of like a football jersey. And if you know me, Jay's not really big into sports, right? I'm into sports shows and movies. Necessary Roughness, Any Given Sunday, Major League, Bull Durham, uh, The Mighty Ducks, all sports movies. What I happen to be wearing, though, is the jersey of Blue Mountain State's goated, pun intended, captain of the Blue Mountain State Goats, number 54, Thad Castle. She got me a Thad Castle jersey. I'm going to be getting a Alex Moran one pretty soon, but I love jerseys and hockey sweaters, so she got this for me. Second thing she got me, and I'm going to let you listen to it first, and I'm going to show you a picture because this was a pain in the ass to get up on this wall. But I'm going to turn it on first. Hopefully you can hear it. So, I think I got to, turn it on.
I look upon my powers as a gift, not mine alone, but for anyone who needs them. It's never as bad as it seems. You're much stronger than you think you are. Truth, justice, and a better tomorrow.
Hopefully y'all can hear all that. Now what that is she got me this levitating Superman. I freaking love this thing. I love this. It also comes with not well, it doesn't come with, but you can buy it on the side. There's also a crypto that you can get for it. I love this thing. This is so awesome. She picked it up for $20. It was marked down. So yes, I love it. I've been eyeing this thing for a long time, and finally got it. Super, super dope. So got something I can share, and I know I can share it because it's already been publicly shared on the Thursday show, and since I run the shows Friday, shared it on the Friday show. So you all know about the exclusive Ben 10 cover from the EXP by Jay Fosgett, right? Probably your last, like I said, your last chance to get a first print if you're into first prints. It's a great story. This is super cool to be a part of. Now, you already know about that. But what you may not have known is we're also doing Ben 10 number 2. And this is art by Eric Canetti. And I hope I'm pronouncing that right. There's the back cover. And on Nancy's show on Friday, she was showing off the Ben 10 number 1s. And I asked her, I said, hey, will you take it out? Because I haven't actually seen the full like front and back of the Ben 10 books. I've just been seeing the pictures. So she took out the number 1 and turned it around. Sure enough, the EXP logo is on the back. So that's how you know it's an exclusive EXP cover. So no other information on this, folks. I don't know pricing, none of that stuff. But like I always tell people, you should check out the EXP Live. go to theexplive.com. Follow us on the socials. I think from the explive.com, you can sign up for the mailer. So when all this information drops, I also don't know how far into the series they're going to go with this. But yeah, it's super cool. And I've said this a ton of times, and I'm probably going to continue saying it. As someone who has never worked in the comic sphere before, like I was a grocery store worker for like 22, 23 years. Being here at the experience is the closest I've ever been to comic books in that sense, outside of being a fan. But as a fan, being able to work at a place that has its own exclusive cover is an indescribable feeling. Like it's so cool. I'm so excited. Feels a little downplayed with me talking about how excited I am with not being able to give you a real, just like it's kind of indescribable. Other than it's just awesome. So tonight on the show, it's a little bit different. We'll probably talk about some movies, but I don't have pictures for movies, things like that. But what I wanted to do was I wanted to take some of the stuff we're fans of, whether it's books, as in books, comics, or for me, I added some video game stuff in here because there's a franchise that I love, and it is kind of my Star Wars. Like, not that I have the encyclopedic knowledge that Nope and Ed do on these things, but I know enough about it to where I think I know a little bit more than I do about Superman at this point. But I'll be talking about that a little later. I got pictures for them. Now, they did a lot of books, regular fantasy novels, stuff like that. But since I don't have the comics are not in the office anymore. But when I was sitting out there, everything that I wanted was pretty much super close together. So instead of me trying to get pictures for all this, I just grabbed the stuff I was going to show. So we'll see like Ed, Nope, and then I'll pop on screen and just show you what I got. So speaking of Ed and Nope, but not Nope just yet. He'll be here later. I want to go ahead and bring on one half of the Weirdos, the weird one himself, the Trivia King, Eddie Von B.
Say his name and he appears. I believe in the weird one. I believe in the weird one. What's up, Jay?
Love it.
Been watching wrestling all week and while I was grading, and I've got so addicted to that Joe Hendrick song. It's great.
Joe Hendry is so amazing. Like I have been lost in a rabbit hole watching him do his videos that he made against his opponents and videos for himself.
Yeah.
Get lost in it. It's so awesome. It's so
It is. It is. I wanted him so bad to beat Randy Orton, but I knew they weren't going to let him.
Yeah.
But he still gave him a good match. Yeah, I'm hooked on Joe Hendry, man. I don't know why. That's stupid. I forgot to smile. I was going to smile and I forgot. He spun around at WrestleMania and got the RKO. It's like, oh, man.
Yeah.
So what's up, brother?
Nothing much, man. As always, busy week. I can't believe it's Saturday already. Again. Just felt like we just did this.
Yep.
Like I said,
well, that's because we went like 4 days last week.
That's true. So, like I said, a little bit different show format tonight. I wanted to do something that kind of incorporated a little bit of everything. So, also, folks, even though the other half isn't here, if you're not subbed up to the Weirdos podcast, I'm going to leave that QR code up there for just a little bit. If you watch this on the rewind, you can pause the video. Plus, I mean, pretty sure that I have their link in the video description too as well. I think they're like the first or second link in there. Well, make sure you check them out. Also, might not have been here last week when I did it. You might not have seen that I clipped it out and made made a uploadable video from it. But if you haven't watched my unboxing of I Need Your Skin, there you go, right there on YouTube. Give it a watch. Very cool book. I think I read it 2 more times since I've unboxed it. Super creepy story. I love it. I can't wait to see where it goes. Got some funny stuff. Some stuff I just saw that I just kind of tickled me. So, regardless of how you feel about The Boys, and I have not watched the final season, so I'm not making any kind of judgment at all. The promotional stuff that they did for this show is amazing. This is a fake movie TV slate. And I probably should have shown the first one first. I think this is the updated one. Yeah, here we go. Here's the original one.
Good Lord, I had no idea.
All these fake movies and TV shows that they were going to have in the VCU. Now, the reason I say that this one is the first draft is because after, our buddy A-Train, spoiler alert, kind of turned to good, the what was it? A-Train Into the Multiverse became the Deep Into the Multiverse. God. Hey, what's up, Lorena? That you'll see in this one. It's at the top. This is so funny to me and so fun. Like the fact that they thought to make a movie TV slate like this, just like Marvel does. I love it. And I also feel like, man, I want to see some of this stuff now.
Gods and Dolphins. Oh my Lord. Oh, that's just terrible.
Let's see. I think there was one of my favorites though is G-Men, Days Past from the Future. Down at the bottom. And that's in phase 10.
Teenage
Kicks.
I thought they were doing a TMNT play on because that teenage looks like that font. Christmas firecrackers Christmas wish. Oh. Is it the milk of human kindness?
Oh, goodness. To me, I know that it's fake, but the fact that they took the effort.
Does that say home of Kwanzaa?
Home for Kwanzaa. This is Home for Kwanzaa 2.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, it's just
somebody put a lot of time in on this.
Yeah, it's just so fun. Like I think
Black Noir back to Illinois. Yeah. Sorry, man. I'm just seeing this for the first time.
No, you're good. Read them, man. They're freaking funny. Like I think Tech Knight gets rebooted 3 times in this thing. Tech Knight Nightlight.
Huh. Those are clever.
Yeah, it's super fun. I'm still gonna watch the final season. I'm not exactly sure what everybody's up in arms about. I guess I'll find out when I watch it, or I'll be like, no idea why everyone's so mad. Like, again, folks, the show is so far off from the comics that other than one pinpointed event that has to happen that I'm pretty sure does, there's no telling what else they're going to do. So
I thought it was all over.
It is, but I haven't started it.
Oh, okay.
We watched 1 episode of it so far.
Oh, gotcha. Here, I thought you guys already knew how it all ended and everything.
No, it's just again, the internet for somebody who works in the job that I do is not friendly because I deal with comics and stuff like this all day. So I see spoilers by accident. So like I said, it's spoiled for me, but by the time I get to it, it's not going to bother me. But
Since Nope's not here, did you hear the latest? I don't know if you want to call it a rumor or speculation about the Punisher special. That all those flashbacks he was having and the reason why they felt so weird and he was reacting so weird is the theory is Jean Grey was making him see those things. And this is going to be explained in the Spider-Man movie because that's what What's-Her-Face is going to end up being, Jean Grey instead of Silk. Interesting theories. I've seen a lot of talks on it, and it makes sense, but doesn't mean it right.
You know, and I could be completely wrong, because until we see the movie and they show her character, the fact that anybody thought that Sadie Sink was going to be Cindy Moon is why. Because I'm pretty sure that Cindy Moon is of Asian descent, for one thing, and I think we already have a Cindy Moon in the universe. She's just been a background character for most of the movies. I can't see Sadie Sink being anyone else but Jean Grey.
Right. Same.
So, I mean, to me, even if that wasn't the case, even if she wasn't messing with Frank, the way I took it was Frank's PTSD. That's how I took it. So, I mean, if they decide to go that route where it was Jean messing with him, okay.
Well, they don't necessarily think she's messing with him. They're thinking it's going to have something to do with him remembering where he came from so that he could help with whatever's going to go on in the movie.
Huh.
So she was making him recollect these things. I don't know if they're getting pissed off or what, but it's just an interesting theory.
It is.
And I've seen it on more than one reliable channel that I watch, but they don't know either until the movie comes out.
Right.
So it's just speculation. As Dan says, wild ass speculation.
Wild ass speculations. I miss that.
I guess I should have done that instead of that one.
So, Lorena, real fast, I remember you saying that you were reading some detective comic. Do you remember what run it was? Because I'd really like to read it too, because you sounded like you were really enjoying it. Just curious. And did you get to read Father of Tomorrow yet? Because you are
up this week.
Yeah. Lorena's kind of the resident Elseworld queen. Like Kyle even said that. So
I never saw that on League. I must have looked right over it.
Yeah. I liked it. I thought it was an interesting story. I'm not that big enough of an art person to be like, I didn't like the art, because that's what I've been hearing. A lot of complaints have been about the art.
Yeah.
Didn't bother me. But again, I'm not the person to ask about art stuff. But I enjoyed it. I'm ready to see where it goes. I think the suit looks awesome. That's okay. I think the suit that he wears looks awesome. It's like silver, white, and black. Looks really dope. And it just shows you that pretty much in any universe, the Kents are great. The Kents are great, loving people, and I love that. I love that that's kind of like the through line, is the Kents are great, and they're going to help however they can. So, something else I saw before I start showing my stuff off here in a second. Totally fine, Loretta. I just remember you saying that you wanted to come on and talk about it, and if you still wanted to, we'd like to read it so we talk about it with you. I saw this right before the show. I had to grab it. This is the popcorn bucket for Supergirl. This is one of them. It's the Space Hog.
Yep.
Again, that's the same way I am with books too. Like if I like a one to three issues of a book, I'm just all about just getting the trade. Makes it easier to keep up with too.
Yeah, get that trade for In Your Skin.
No thanks. Well, yeah, this popcorn bucket, they're getting wild. They're getting wild.
Is that like some kind of a translucent smoke behind there, or fire, or what is that supposed to be?
Yeah, it's fire because it's a space bite, a space hog. So it's
from the comic.
Yeah. Well, we're getting wild with these freaking popcorn buckets.
Couple of things to think about on those too. If you're one of these people that love those and you get those, they're so expensive and they're so big. Where the hell are you going to put them if you keep collecting them? You're going to need like your own storage unit. Those things are huge. Especially that Galactus head. That thing was freaking ridiculous. I couldn't even imagine sitting in a theater holding that thing and trying to eat popcorn.
It would have to be, you'd be sitting it on the floor. I'd need a booster seat as well.
Yeah, crazy.
We keep our popcorn buckets. They're basically stacked inside each other.
Oh, yeah, but the way they're shaping them, they might not be able to fit inside each other. Like, how would you put that Lobo in something?
Oh, I'd build a shelf.
Oh, just for Lobo?
Well, it probably wouldn't be just for Lobo. Trust me, we've got enough figures still sitting in boxes. We can fill up some shelves. We haven't unpacked a third of all the figures yet.
Did you get the Galactus?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Oh, that's right. You got the crypto dish, right?
We got the crypto bowl. The second time we went to go see it with Sean, we got the crypto bowl. The first time we went, I got the Fortress of Solitude light up cup.
Oh, that's right. The thing that lit when you sat it. Yeah, okay. I remember
and
that.
We got just, I think, the regular metal popcorn with Superman and Crypto on it. And then she's got the War of Rohirrim. I don't know. Rohirrim. The one that came, like the lid is a shield. Yep. She got that one when she went to go see that for her birthday.
You're talking the cartoon?
Yeah.
Cool. Could you imagine, dude? I'm so glad they didn't have those when the Lord of the Rings movies were out, or I'd have things stored more. Because I know damn well, if they for the two towers, if they'd had Barad-dûr and Orthanc, I'd have got them both. I'd have been sitting there with the towers.
Yeah,
I know I would have.
Let's see. Just want to show this off one more time. I love this thing so much. It's just.
What was the music that was playing? I couldn't make it out.
I don't know.
So it wasn't Superman's music.
Yeah, no, it was just a random.
Gotcha. Now, does he like spin or does he stay?
He.
I know about the hover stuff, but is he moving at all, or does he just sit?
He just sits. I guess it just kind of depends on how I got him situated. Like, the thing is, unfortunately, it has to stay plugged in. It's one of those where it has to stay plugged in, but it turns off. Like right now, it's off. So, like, none of the sound effects things or anything work. But
it's still hovering because you have it plugged in.
Yeah.
But you could unplug it if you didn't want it to hover.
Yeah. Which I probably should have filmed me doing this, but when I opened it today, I kept trying to put it on the base, and it goes dink or dink.
Huh.
I didn't realize you had to have it plugged in. I thought the battery, the plug was just like a charger for it, and it was just a wireless thing. No, it has to be plugged in order for it to hover. But like I said, it cuts itself off. Not just the base, but the figure cuts itself off. But I've been wanting this thing forever, and it was a little too pricey for what it was for me at least. Because I mean, it's like a 3-inch figure.
Yeah,
and it hovers like not that much.
Right.
So I was just like, it's just a cool little thing to have. And the fact that she found it discounted, said that's how I get most of my figures and stuff. I wait till they're They're discounted. So
Nothing wrong with that.
now, let's see. So we are going to wait on some of this other stuff. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to show off some of the stuff I got tonight. Let's see. I do it like that. Well, I'll take it off screen for now just because I can see what y'all are saying on the side. So this is stuff that we're interested in. We think people should check out, series, whether they're books, movies, games. I have games at least, or a game. And I know that I said we were trying to, mix it up without the movies, but the first thing I have is a movie. So the first one that I picked up in the DC animated universe, Justice League Crisis on Two Earths. The DC animated stuff, folks, regardless of how people felt about the old DC movies, the DC animated stuff has always been solid. And this was one of my favorites. You have Mark Harmon voicing Superman in this one. So, really dope. They eventually did the Crisis on Infinite Earths. That's a 3-parter. But this was kind of like their first foray into multiverse stuff. And the thing I love most about these Blu-rays and the DVDs is all the special features that come with them. Like this one has a first look at Batman under the Red Hood, so that kind of tells you how old this is. But it's also got 4 bonus Justice League episodes. It explores 3 other DC animated original movies, and you can see right there on the bottom, includes an exclusive short of the Spectre. This short was really cool. Like, I didn't think it was going to be as bloody as it ended up being, and it's not like gory or anything, but there's something that the Spectre does in this that just blew my mind when he did it. But yeah, the DC animated stuff, folks, if you like animation, if you just want to see stuff that it's hard for them to put in movies. There's a lot of stuff, and I've been thinking about this a lot more recently as the years go by. There's a lot of stuff that it'd be cool to see in live action, but lends itself better to animation. Oh, yeah, like Lorena's saying right here, they do. They go hard in a good way. That's what she said. And technically, yeah, that is what she said. But that's just the one I grabbed. We got a ton of them. I think there's only 3 or 4 in the animated stuff we haven't watched yet. I think I can't even remember how many movies are in the original, because there's like one timeline, and then after I think like Justice League Dark War or something like that, I can't remember the whole thing. After that, it kind of reset the universe, and then they started what was called the Tomorrowverse, and that had that one started with Superman Man of Tomorrow, I believe was what that was called, and it had a new animation style. Like, some of these were kind of down the line were heavily influenced, like not exactly anime, but very sharp looking images. The Tomorrowverse had a style that was very unique. It kind of felt like, if you've ever watched the show Archer, it had these dark, thick outlines on the characters, dark, thick black outlines on the characters. I really liked the animation style, but like I said, we only watched the Superman Man of Tomorrow. There's like a Legionnaire, like Supergirl and the Legion. There's a couple of ones where Jensen Ackles, Jensen Ackles voices Batman in the Long Halloween, but he actually voiced Batman in a lot of the Tomorrowverse stuff. So that's just if you've never checked out the DC animated stuff, please do. You can find them probably for a lot cheaper these days. But get them, because not only do you get, like I said, not only do you get the movie, you get bonus material, like bonus episodes of stuff. There's one of these we have. I love it because there's a DC Presents, and it's a Green Arrow story. So it's a short little Green Arrow thing that they got in that one. And for me, I've been wanting more Green Arrow stuff. It's been so long. Like it hadn't been that long. We had Arrow, but the more traditional Oliver Queen, like we had in the Justice League and Justice League Unlimited cartoons. We were supposed to get a Supermax movie. That never happened. And I think they turned that into what Barbara Gordon Breakout is. That's basically kind of the story they were going to do with Green Arrow. It was called Supermax. Then they thought they were going to do it animated, since they didn't do a live action movie, and then that fell through. I'm hoping eventually we get the Emerald Archer on screen. Like, he's one of those characters that has never been on the big screen. It's either been animated stuff or TV. So that's my first thing tonight, folks. If you haven't checked out the DC animated stuff, give it a shot. Give it a shot. You know, you don't have to worry all that much about continuity between the films. There is some in some of them, but for the most part, most of them are a lot of one-shot things. You'll just remember, oh, this character is voiced by this actor for a little while. I think Jerry O'Connell was Superman for a little bit in these movies. So that was really fun. So yeah, like I said, check them out if you haven't yet. Now, what I got to do here now is I think we're going to do the book. I don't have any book reviews really, because a lot of the stuff I have tonight is comic books or stuff I would suggest people to check out. So we're going to go with a comic review. And I really want to know about this book. I have been hearing great things about issue 1. I have not checked it out myself. So
Sorry, I wasn't looking at your screen.
no, you're good.
So this picks up right where the other one left off. The thing that kills me the most about this is the title of the issue is Time Upon a Once. And that is messing with my head like you're Hocus Hocus. I was like, that was so wrong. I had to read it like 3 times before I could read it right. Time Upon a Once. Like, don't do that to me. So as the Swamp Thing keeps falling back further in time, he finds himself in ancient Egypt, and he's trapped in what's called the hourglass of time traveling by a supervillain called Kronos, who is also holding Professor Hyatt hostage. And Swamp Thing struggles to take root in the nearby flora because it's a desert and there's like sterile like sand in the compressed time particles of the hourglass. So that becomes a big issue for him. And then he keeps, I'm not going to say a lot because I don't want to spoil anything, but he continues his backwards descent in time, and he reaches the point where the Earth is first coming into being, and he goes farther than that, all the way back to the Big Bang. So he travels about as far back in time as you can probably go. And then, of course, in the present time, you got stuff going on with Constantine and Abigail and Hell and them trying to find Swamp Thing, and things are happening to them. But I don't really want to go into what's happening with them because it would be hard to explain what they're doing without giving a big spoiler away.
Gotcha.
And so I don't want to give that away. But overall, though, it's a great continuation from the last issue. I love the storytelling. The storytelling, it reminds me of why I loved reading Swamp Thing when I was a kid. because the storytelling is just fantastic, and I love the art. I highly recommend if you've read Swamp Thing and you love Swamp Thing, pick up these quote unquote hidden issues or whatever they're calling them, and give these a read because they're fantastic. I couldn't encourage you more to read these things if you like Swamp Thing at all. They won't disappoint.
Very dope. Hey, what's up, Corey? So, on to the next thing that if people can find this, I think you should give it a go. This is one of my favorite shark books. You know, I got a reader's copy digest of Jaws 2 somewhere. But this is Extinct by Charles Wilson. You can tell I've had this book for a very long time. I have read this thing multiple times. And it never came to NBC TV, by the way, so that's a lie. This is about a megalodon. This is a story that is taking place around the Mississippi Gulf Coast. And it starts out with a little boy watching two older boys go for a swim. And they tell him, you know, he's too little. You can't come with us. Just, you know, sit here. So he's watching these boys swim, and they both just disappear. And we have they call in some a marine biologist who him and a bunch of other people, they start dragging the water, the area around where the boys were. And the only thing that they find is a part of a hand. And I think the way that it's described in the book, it has been a while since I've read this, even though I've read it multiple times. I think how they described it in the book is it's only like this part of the hand, like this top part right here with these four fingers. Like I said, I'm a sucker for shark books. I am terrified of the water. I've been close enough to a shark before. I don't want there to be another chance.
Whoa. You can't drop that dime and not expand on it.
Okay. It's a long time ago. I was in Nags Head, North Carolina. And swimming out in the water, thinking nothing of it. And I go to get, come get out of the water, and I start walking on the beach. The waves were big today. They were big, or that day, not today. Were big that day. And I got hit by a wave and pulled back out. When I got my bearings, now this wasn't like a gigantic shark by any means, okay? It's not like I was up against like a 25-footer. But I'm a small guy now. I was smaller when I was younger. So when I got my bearings, something bumped me, and when I looked, I knew exactly what it was. Not what kind of shark it was, but enough to know. It scared me enough to where I never went back, and I never went into the water that way again. So I was like, you know what? You lucked out once, you're good. Unless it's a pool or bathtub, I don't want any part of it.
Now, when you say it bumped you, what do you mean?
Like it bumped into my leg. Like it
nose bumped you, or
yeah.
Tail bump? Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
And I saw teeth. That's how I know it wasn't a dolphin.
Damn.
It bumped me, and probably a toothless shark. Well, I saw teeth. Okay. It could have also, folks, this was many years ago. I was a young kid. I might have saw something that I didn't think I saw, but I know for a fact it wasn't a dolphin or anything like that. I know what it was. I just know it wasn't like a humongous thing, but it was big enough. Big enough. It could have been a freaking nurse shark or a lemon shark for all I know. But I was like, you know what? That's close enough. So I stay out of the water. I don't do lakes either because there are freshwater sharks. Bull sharks can also survive, and those are the most. Everybody's scared of great whites. It needed milk.
Well, you were Firecracker.
That's true. Oh, jeez. But like, bull sharks are even worse because they hunt in packs. So I love looking at sharks as long as they're on my TV screen. I watch all kinds of shark documentaries, infatuated with them. Magnificent creatures, but also scary as hell. They can have the water. If I want to swim, I can go to a pool. I don't need to be out in the ocean.
So did that incident spark your interest in sharks, or were you already?
Oh, I was
into
already into sharks.
Oh, okay.
I was already into them. I mean, but it's just got bumped. It, like I said, it wasn't a huge shark, folks. I'm not saying that, you know, Jaws was after me, Bruce wasn't after me. Just saying it was enough.
It
as a
don't
kid.
matter. It still could have took a chunk out your leg.
Yeah. So
Dang. Very interesting.
yeah. Now, granted, I got told that none of that didn't, you know, it was probably something else. It was probably a log. I was like, logs don't have teeth, but whatever. But anyway, like I said, getting back to this, Extinct is a very good book. It's very graphic in parts, but it's not attempting to be like Deep Blue Sea or one of those kind of movies. Like the shark, there are some similar things. Yeah, that's right. I'm just not never. There are some things in here that you will draw parallels to Jaws, but it's different enough of a story to where you won't get bored. But excellent book by Charles Wilson. There's another book that I've been looking at, pulling the trigger on. It's called Scar. I can't remember the exact premise, if it's like a physically altered shark, like experimented on kind of shark, or something like that. But I'm the guy that there's a really not great Craig T. Nelson movie that was a TV movie from way back in the day called like Creature, and it was about a human shark hybrid. I even love that. But yeah, that the only book I really have tonight is Extinct, Charles Wilson. You can find a copy of this somewhere, folks. Give it a read. I'd love to hear people's thoughts on it. One of my favorite books.
Do you remember the land shark from Saturday Night Live?
Yes, vaguely.
Candy Graham.
Land shark.
Oh, that was hilarious.
So before we get to any other things, I just want to say, give him just a minute so I don't surprise him by doing this.
Hey, Corey.
Okay, he's good to go. It's Nope.
Yo,
What's up,
what's
man?
happening? Not a whole lot. Yeah, I don't think I'd go in the water after that either. Because I had a similar story, but it was just a red snapper. So nothing even close. But yeah, whenever something hits you underneath the water like that, it's unnerving. Because sometimes, like, the red snapper buckled my knee. You know, and he wasn't huge by any means, but he just like hit me in the back of the leg. And I was like, what the hell was that? Turned around, and off he went. And I was just like, whoa, nope, no, thank you. I had to go up and sit on the beach for a little bit. Even though it was just a red snapper, but
Oh man,
the reminder.
yeah, there's stuff out here, living things.
Yep. But yeah, that would definitely feed into a fear if I had one of the water already.
And the sad thing is, I swim like a fish. Like I swam my whole life, and I was like, you know, there was times when my dad would take us out on the boat, we'd be, I don't know where, but middle of the water, and people would just be swimming, and did that all the time. But that one time I got bumped, it's like, nope, not anymore.
Yep.
I'll stay on the boat.
The dark
If
water
not.
when you can't see anything.
Yeah, no thanks.
That's the fear.
Yeah.
And it's just, and that's an actual phobia. It's the fear of seeing, or the fear of things you cannot see.
Yep. And I got that 1,000%. Not ashamed to say it, man.
Same here. Your imagination will do 10 times worse than what reality will.
Die by fish now. No thanks.
The only time, the one and only time I've ever seen or been in an ocean, I almost died. So I had a geo tracker. I might have told you this story already. Remember what those are? They were kind of like a Jeep knockoff Chevy thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it was 4-wheel drive, and I drove it down to Myrtle Beach for spring break. And I went out to what they called the Keys of Carolina or whatever. And no one was out there because it was February, and to them it was freezing, but to me it was like 64. So I had the rag top down on my tracker, and I'm driving through town, and people are thinking I'm out of my mind because my rag top's down. I don't even have a jacket on. And I'm like, I'm going to get a picture of my tracker with the ocean behind it. So I pulled up to where the edge was, and I parked it, and I got out, and I snapped some shots, and I have them. I still have the pictures. And I got back in the tracker, and I went to leave, and what you said happened to you happened to me. A wave came up and picked that itty-bitty tracker right up off the ground and started taking my ass out to sea. And I'm like, oh, my God, I'm going to be Gilligan or I'm going to be dead. And they're going to find me in a freaking geo tracker. Thankfully, I had a 4-wheel drive because I was in the sand. And I just floored that thing. And it literally started spinning around in the water. I'm like, find ground. I finally found ground. And I got the hell away from there. I'm like, point taken. Ain't going back, Lord. You can have it. It's all yours. I'll stick with the Great Lakes. I'm good.
Yeah, or Isuzu Rodeos, Corey. Isuzu Rodeo is another one.
Oh, the rodeos.
Dude, we finished one off in the woods one time. We drug that thing through so many trees. That was a fun night.
I almost died twice on that trip in that tracker, though, because it's so small. The second time was going through the mountains in Virginia. There was a snowstorm going on, and there was a sign that said strong wind area ahead. And I no sooner read that sign, and I was in the far left lane. And next thing you know, I'm on the shoulder of the right side. It blew that little tracker all the way over like 3 lanes. Had I been in any other lane but the one I was in, I'd have blown right off that mountain. I'd have been dead. And I was like, okay. So after that in the ocean, when I got back home, my geo tracker became a Ford Ranger like really quick because I didn't ever as much fun as I had in that little thing, because I had like Marvin the Martian all over it, and I had overhead speakers, and I'd have the rag top down all the time. Nope, I was done. I was like, mountains, ocean, forget it. No, I'm getting something bigger, because I was still storm chasing at the time, and I'm like, if a gust of wind on a freeway can do that, yeah, no, I'm getting rid of this thing. But I did love it when I had it.
Geography tracker, my ass.
You had to get out. That was the kind that you had to go out and lock the hubs too, so you couldn't just throw it in 4-wheel drive. So thank God I was in 4-wheel drive when I was in the ocean, because I don't know if I'd have got out. Idiot dies in geo tracker details 11.
Tell you what, if you would have tried storm chasing that thing, you definitely would have heard the woo woo.
Oh, I'd have heard something. I did storm chasing it, actually, believe it or not, even with a rag top. But I was usually parking that and taking a vehicle. But I did do it, just the wimpy storms we get up here. Now, when I went down to the alley, I was always in one of the chase vans. I wasn't taking my tracker and freaking, no. I don't think so, Tim. That ain't happening.
Might have been fun.
Yeah, sure. It would have been fun for a minute. Maybe two.
While you were still on the ground, at least.
Yes.
All right, so now that Nope's here, I got to go all the way back here. Hold on. There we go. Hopefully, is this the right thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There we go.
Yeah, because and I've always thought it was funny once I came up with the screen name, how close the name is to the publisher down there at the bottom.
We were talking about that.
But no, this is the inheritance cycle, but most people have only ever heard about the first book, Aragon, which they made a movie out of it, and I'll give it its props. It did what it was supposed to do, got me excited, got me into the story, and got me interested in it. So therefore I went and started reading the books, and only then did I realize how shit the movie was. But going further from there, this whole thing, if you like Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, and dragons, this series would be straight up your alley because it mixes all those things and comes up with its own original story. And I've talked to Eddie about this, but there could be like a third part to this as far as like all the recipes for this story. And there's another one called Dragons of Perth, a whole series. Anne McCaffrey, I think, is the author of that one. But anyways, this one follows Aragon, and if you've seen the movie, for the most part, it's the same thing. Just all the details that would carry on, blah blah blah, just like any other book to movie adaptation issues. But you follow Aragon, and he comes across this dragon egg in the middle of the woods. It just came through like a flash of light, and it's just nothing but dragon riders of Pern. Perth is in Australia. But anyways, so he raises up this dragon. It doesn't just fly up into the clouds and then just poof, it's a full-size dragon and now it can talk. He actually raises it, teaches it how to speak, and not well, learns to converse with it at least telepathically, all that kind of stuff. And he's the only one that can actually hear her speaking telepathically because of their bond. And the whole thing with dragon riders is when they touch the egg and the dragon, it creates a bond between the two of them, and now they're paired for the whole of their life, basically. So dragon riders can live past their dragons, but dragons can't really live past their life of their dragon riders. It's kind of like a symbiosis. However, that's not always exclusive to the rules because there's dark magic involved. And that's how you get the big bad guy in this whole series. His name's Galbatorix. And he actually lost his dragon a long time ago and through dark magic stole someone else's dragon. And he's been ruling the whole realm, everything, just tyranny. So that's where you kind of get the Star Wars aspect to it, to where you got like a big bad emperor and all that kind of stuff. But all in all, I don't really want to keep spoiling everything, but it's a really, really good series just as a whole. It was originally just going to be 3, but by the time he got through the third one, there was so much stuff that open-ended that had to be capped off, that he created a whole 4th book for it, and that's when it got transformed into the cycle versus a trilogy. But
Let me share the picture again. It's so weird because Corey said that the screen was blank, so I went to check on YouTube, and sure enough,
yeah, I'm still live on that too, and I guess I just didn't realize it. I guess I thought it paused.
huh?
It's dragons, Corey.
Here, let me see if that works. It might take it a second to catch up. I had it on screen because I shared it before, and I was like, okay, well, it's popped up. Went back, and that's so weird that all of a sudden it decided it didn't want to work. But Well, I got them all saved. If the slide deck doesn't work, I can always
It
pop
popped
them
up.
Well, this is because I'm sharing the actual picture.
I got you.
So that's the book that
Yeah,
he's
those.
talking about right there.
Well, those are all 4 of the book covers. So if you basically like this, I guess you can get them in a singular. That'd be a huge book, though. My goodness. But the first one is Aragon. The second one there, the Red Dragon, that's Eldest. And then the third one there with the Gold Dragon, that's Brizinger. And then the fourth one with the Green Dragon is Inheritance.
I know you did not say what I thought you said for the name of the red dragon. What's the name of the red dragon?
Thorn.
Really? Okay. I thought you said Elvis. What did I hear that sounded like Elvis?
The name of the book is called Eldest.
Oh, Eldest. Okay, I'm like,
Yes,
they named
Eldest.
the dragon Elvis? That's kind of metal, but weird.
No. No, so the blue dragon's Saphira. That's Aragon's dragon. And then Thorn is that dragon. And then the third one there is Sandriel, I think. And then the fourth one, I don't remember. That was in the very last book and the very, very end of it. It's been a while since I read through them all. But I have not read that, Corey. I hadn't even heard of that one.
All right, let me take this off the screen real fast, and let me see if the next picture. Give me just a second. See if this next picture shows up.
Nothing's changed on my screen yet. But I don't know how far behind the feed is. So.
Well, wow, the whole
Everything's blank, even the chat.
Yeah, now it's the black. Yeah, the chat and everything. It's like the channel shut off. How bizarre.
Let me see, folks. We're gonna.
The fun of a live stream.
Yeah, exactly. Let me pop this up real fast. Let me see what.
Oh, and also too, if you just want to check out the first book to the Aragon books, and you need pictures, there is an illustrated.
Oh,
Okay, stuff just came back.
So,
however long ago Nope stood up, he just stood up on my feed.
Yeah, and it's not a graphic novel by any means, but there is, a visual depictor every few pages or so.
I didn't know we were back to this. I had to turn my camera back on. Jay's screwing with us tonight, big time. He gave me admin rights to the room a minute ago, and I'm like, I'm not touching anything. But now they're gone.
Like, well,
Like,
I think we
I'm not
figured out our problems.
Yeah, no, I didn't touch shit.
yeah. I'm not exactly sure what's going on because I haven't done anything.
Yeah, all the controls popped up on my screen, and it had like the slide deck thing, so I could advance the slides. And I'm like, I'm not touching nothing, but I'm going to tell Jay in the private chat that I don't want to be admin.
I don't know how you
He's sitting over there like.
Yeah.
I mean, closest thing is I had you guys, what do they call moderators on the channel?
Yeah, but this has never happened before. It was funny.
Yeah. Let me see. So let me ask you, can you see that on your screen?
I can see it on my computer screen, but I haven't seen it pop up on my phone yet.
It's not on my YouTube screen, but it's on the Restream screen.
That is.
Let's see.
So weird. So I'm going to have to do this. Yeah, I'm going to have to do this a different way.
Now it just went blank.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on with that. No, don't do that. So here's what here's what we're gonna do, folks. All of a sudden, the slide deck decided it doesn't want to work anymore. So what I'm going to do is just pop everything up. Like that.
Don't give it a little tickle.
We're gonna do this. Take the chat off the screen.
So are we doing aspirin or are we doing this one?
We're doing what one?
Well, you
Still
had
says
showed the
upload.
other ones before, but now it's showing this one. So I don't know if this is the one you're doing now or not.
This was not. Where did it go, man? What is happening tonight with this thing? See, I wanted to do something different, and then it decides.
Don't like it.
No, dude, it's not even letting me share it. Yeah, it's not even.
If it pops up. Ruh-roh.
Wow, what is going on?
I believe in Joe Hendry.
You have not paid your bill.
Yeah, that's not showing up either.
Yeah,
There it goes.
I just sit there and wait for instruction. I do nothing. You kick my dog.
There you go. That one actually showed up. I'm looking at it right now.
So are we doing myth?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm just making sure because I didn't know what thing we were looking at. Okay, so this is one of mine. It's called the Myth Adventure series, and it is such a fun ride. It's a very family-friendly fantasy series that I read when I was a little squeaker with my sister. She got the first book when she was in, like, I don't know, 3rd or 4th grade, and I was in like kindergarten or whatever, and she was reading it to me, and then as the years went on, I'd read the next one because I was getting older, and and it went all the way through my childhood, her and I reading these books together. And they're so much fun. It all starts off with the main character is called Skeeve, and Skeeve is a young magician from Claw, whose master dies like right away at the beginning, and leaves him stuck with Oz, Aahz, who is like this sarcastic green-scaled demon dude from the dimension of Perv. And he becomes the mentor and Skeeve's partner in chaos, I guess is what you'd call him, throughout the series. Some other main characters are Tanada, who is like a sharp-witted trolless, they called her, which female troll-s. And she has like a flair for fighting and combat, and she like adores confrontation. And Gleep, which is like Skeeve's, almost like his familiar, but it's a dragon-like pet that's way, way more powerful than he looks when you first meet him. And throughout the series, he's always popping in and causing chaos at like the most inopportune times. But all through these books, they just keep going on all these little adventures. And you can tell on the covers, you know, the dragon grows a little bit, and you can see them all getting a little bit older. And the humor in this series is just pure gold. And it starts right when Oz introduces himself, because he's like, I'm Oz. And Skeeve says, Oz, as in O-Z, because his name is Aahz. And the ongoing, so whenever he would introduce himself, from that point on, he's like, I'm Oz, no relation. So he's not related to the Wizard of Oz. So that just leads to this never-ending back and forth of puns and silliness between Oz and everyone. Oz is my favorite character. And another thing that happens with him all the time is whenever he meets anyone, Steve always makes sure that everyone knows he's from the dimension of perv. And he's like, this is my friend Oz. He's a pervert. And Oz would be like, I am not a pervert. I am a perfect, as in perfection. And that was like the thing going back and forth is whenever they'd meet anybody new, so you're a pervert. I am not a pervert. I'm a pervert. And it's just one of the things. And then one of the funniest bits out of this whole series is they go on a quest for this hideously ugly frog statue that Oz calls butt ass ugly. But then when they find it, he falls in love with it because he finds out that it was a gift for him. So he's dissing this thing all throughout their quest, and then he finds out, oh, it's mine. I like it. It's my precious. Yeah, I'm just kidding. But all these books are packed with puns and interdimensional shenanigans and what I like to call delicious stupidity. And it held the attention of a 4-year-old kid all the way until I was a teenager when the last book came out. And when I say last book, it's the last book that Robert Asprin put out. Another writer took it over and continued them, but I was in college doing my own thing by then, and I never got back to reading them. But I read and reread these things so many times growing up. They were so much fun. I would say this is my third favorite novel series of all time after Tolkien's work and Terry Brooks' Magic Kingdom of Landover series, which we'll be talking about later, as you might have seen on that one little picture. But I love this series, and I would recommend it to anybody. You can get the paperbacks at dollar stores, like those recycled stores. You can find them online and use books, and you can usually get them for $1 or $2. They're so much fun, and I guarantee you'll like it. If you like dumb humor, just imagine Monty Python meets Dungeons and Dragons, and that's what you got. And it's brilliant. I love this series.
Nice. All right, coming back on screen. Because now it looks like what I'm going to have to do. I'm taking that off too. Don't worry.
I was going to say that's my last one, so I'll be done.
Because for whatever reason, the slide deck will show up on this side, won't show up on. So now what I'm going to have to do is basically share everyone. So it's my turn next anyway. So that kind of. Actually, no, damn it. One more thing I got to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass it off to Nope as soon as I can figure out what I'm doing here, guys. When things don't work on your live, you got to.
This is going to be the stream that goes viral. I can see it already.
The one that just messes up. Here we go.
The night of debauchery.
John Carter. So this is
Any
another
relation
one.
to Jimmy?
Well, I guess it's still loading. Give it a second. Jimmy Carter? No.
Just kidding.
Not the Jimmy Carter.
I did not know until tonight that was a novel. I just knew it as a comic.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I didn't know that it was novels until I was going over the slides with Jay before the show, and I'm like, no kidding, that's a real book.
Yeah, I think there's like 9 of them.
Oh, wow.
Something like that. Because I thought I was getting the whole thing whenever I got the copy that I got. I got basically 7 of the novels in one through Kindle or Nook. One of the two. I can't remember which one, but.
Oh, cool. We're frozen
way,
again, Jay. I don't know if you know that or not. Even on the stream screen, it's frozen.
It looks like I can see the John Carter thing loading, so it could just be taking a second. But
maybe.
But no, I've read the first 3 novels of John Carter. Basically, the same scenario as how I got into Aragon. I seen the movie and got me curious, and found out that they're based on books. Because anytime I watch a movie and then the last, or not the last thing that pops on screen, but during the ending credits, you see based on the novels by such and such. I always get excited, so I'm like, oh, huh. And I write it down or whatever, go home, look it up, find it, start reading them. But like the movie wasn't too bad for like a movie based on a book. Most of the time, you really can't get a good honest sequel with what they leave you up to. But I think that they did pretty well because as far as visuals go, they pretty much well nailed everybody. As far as like the green men, they pretty much will put them on screen just the same as the Frazetta paintings or the way they're described in the book. Forearms, which obviously that's not too hard to get wrong, but leave it up to Hollywood. I get it, but just like in the movie, he gets transported to Mars and then discovers that he has a much different body composition and the gravity doesn't work so well, or the same, shouldn't say so well, but works to his advantage because he's used to the gravity here on Earth. So he's able to leap big old tall distances just like Superman and flying around everywhere, and pretty much will has denser bones, all that, and can just like Superman punch right through someone. So he winds up becoming pretty high up on the totem pole as far as the Green Men are concerned, because they're more of a you know fight for power kind of challenge for leadership situation. And just like in the movie, the main green guy, Tars Targus, has issues with other people in the clan, and naturally there's all kinds of uh, drives them all apart to where they got to go on the run, and you have exiled Tarkans. I think that's what they're called, but the Green Martians. And then it's just a big long journey that just kind of spirals, not really spirals, but just kind of step by step gets more and more complex and down the rabbit hole. And then you got the white apes and the Thanes and the red Martians, but they're really just red-skinned humans, essentially.
Yeah, so I also noticed that this hasn't been showing up the entire time we've been talking about it.
Correct. I've been winging it.
Oh, my goodness. Like everything was working fine before I started.
But at least I knew what we were talking about because it did show up on my screen what you were trying to load. So I'm like, all right, John Carter. And then that's when Eddie's like, we're blank, we're frozen. I'm like, at least I seen the direction we were going.
That's so crazy. And yeah, Corey, so I'm right here. Fallen Blood Swarm. Okay, so yeah, the comments are still coming through. Like I said, folks, I don't know what is going on tonight. Like everything was working fine. We can see it on our end, but for whatever reason, it is not showing up on the other side. So that's fantastic, because even sharing the pictures, it's like, nah, we're not going to show anybody anything we're talking about. So basically what I'm going to do from here is when I go back to when it's their turn, I'm going to tell them what the book is, and then I'm just going to have them on screen talking about it. So it's not just a blank screen the entire time. This is so weird. It's so weird. So let me go ahead and get to my next thing. Again, crazy. I have to freaking figure this out for next week, folks.
Well, what's going on? Are we abandoning it?
No, it's just how we're gonna have y'all talk about it is I'm just gonna have to tell y'all, show y'all what it is, and then just have you talk about it.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Like I said,
all right.
everything was working fine. I have no idea what's happening.
The first thing that I noticed was that it paused and glitched. And then that's when I got the admin access. And then that's when the screen froze. So something hiccuped because it was all at that same time is when all this started. Not that that helps us troubleshoot anything.
Yeah. Yep, kind of hard to do that live. I'm gonna have to figure that out afterwards. All right, so next thing, this is me. I'm gonna talk about. And I wasn't gonna grab all 10 of them, but Smallville. This is one of my favorite things. They got bumped off because of Superman and Lois. But before then, I had this. This is a story of young Clark Kent growing up in Smallville. It's started with her around he was killed. This is before he had a lot of his power. Like he still had super speed, super strength, invulnerability, things like that. But he didn't develop his powers all at once. So you have a season where he gets X-ray vision. You have a season where he gets his heat blast from his eyes. Super hearing, super breath, like, and he flies, but there's a reason he flies the first time. It's not technically him. And then you don't see him fly again. The whole thing about this was no tights, no flights. This was just supposed to be a story of Clark Kent, not of Superman. So this is one of those things where I love the entire thing. All 10 seasons I love. They definitely could have trimmed the fat and made this 6 or 7 seasons. But the thing that they did that was so interesting was they would drop hints in like season 3, episode 15, that in season 9, episode 12 would finally tie it off. This is fun. I mean, come on, y'all. This was a WB show back when they were WB before they merged and became the CW. We lost Ed.
We're right.
Fantastic stuff happening tonight.
Catastrophe.
Yeah. So, like I said, there's 10 seasons. Even the ones that don't really hit are still good. And stuff that they talk about in those episodes that don't really hit pay off in the end. Like, this is where I found a lot of music when I was a kid. I say kid, but this came out in 2001 is when it started, so I was already out of high school and everything. But yeah, love the show, missed the show. Tom Welling was kind of an unknown when he started this, and 10 years later, he was he's somebody that people still talk about to this day. He's got a podcast with Michael Rosenbaum, who played Lex Luthor on this show, called Talkville, where they've been watching all the episodes and they talk about it on a podcast. A lot of great music, a lot of guest stars, a lot of like Superman alumni. They had the guy who played Jimmy Olsen in the 78 Superman movie in it. Terrence Stamp was actually the voice of Jor-El. Jor-El himself, when they showed him, was played by the late, great Julian Sands. If anybody's seen Warlock or Arachnophobia, you know Julian Sands. Or Rose Red, which is something Jenna and I watched all 3 parts of in the middle of the night one night for some reason. But Yeah. I know Robbie talks a lot of crap about this, but Smallville was great. I can still pop on an episode to this day and watch it. I need to do my tri yearly rewatch of the whole series. I try to do it every couple of years, but I mean it is 10 seasons, and these are 10 TV seasons, not 10 8 episode seasons. Um, thing I love most about this, and why I haven't gotten because I only have season 10 on Blu-ray, because for a while this wasn't on Blu-ray yet. There was some weird thing about effects or whatever. They didn't have it on Blu-ray. Well, they released a collected edition on Blu-ray. But I noticed that a lot of the collected edition for the Blu-ray did not have things like this, which is like a little guide booklet that tells you about the episodes, guest stars, who wrote the episodes, stuff like that. I love getting things like this. I love reading all this stuff. So it's another thing that, as a Superman fan, I loved the show. It was one of those things where I was working nights at the time, so I never caught it, and I didn't have a DVR or anything like that. So I hadn't really watched it yet. And I was at a friend's house, and he's like, "Hey, man, you been watching Smallville?" I said, "No, I haven't had a chance to yet." Sat down, watched the episode that was on that night because I happened to be off the night it was on. And instantly I was like, "Oh my God, I need to get on this." So I did, and season would end. I'd wait a couple months, and the season would be released. The complete season would be released on DVD. Go right to the store and buy it. So, yeah, Smallville, folks. If you haven't checked it out, do yourself a favor. It's on Disney Plus, and amazingly enough, unlike some other shows that get streamed. Oh yeah, take care, Corey. Appreciate you being here, man. Even through all the little mess ups, we appreciate you being here. But I lost my train of thought. I'm so rattled by everything that's going on here tonight. I totally forgot what I was saying. But Smallville's a great show. It's cheesy. It's got, some of the effects don't hold up as well. But just my love of Superman, like a lot of new lore came from this. Different kryptonites came from this. It's a bunch of kryptonites they didn't have before. It's just another piece of the Superman mythology. So, like I said, yeah. So, like I said, this is something that I tell people all the time. If you've never watched it, give it a shot. Now I just reminded myself what happened. Okay. So, the first time I watched Supernatural on Netflix, like I was watching Supernatural. Supernatural came out around season 4 or 5 of Smallville. Jensen Ackles had actually been on a season of Smallville, and then Supernatural happened. And Supernatural was kind of like the show that the WBCW was also famous for. Yeah, now watching that, in between when season 2 came back for Supernatural, the Road So Far little clip that they played was Kansas's Wayward Son. So when I watched it on Netflix, apparently Netflix didn't have the rights to that song. So they used a completely different song. And it was just weird and out of place. Now, watching Smallville, I was thinking the same thing was going to happen. No. Pretty much all the music I remember from the episodes were in the episodes. Because a lot of them at the time were kind of unknown bands that, their big shot was being on Smallville. And I remembered finding so much great music that way. So, like I said, check it out. I will tell Ed this. Ed might like it. It's definitely not Superman and Lois though. Like, it's pretty good. It's pretty
Did
good.
you see my little message to you earlier this week about the stuff I kept finding with it that I'm probably going to end up watching it?
Yeah.
I'm probably going to end up watching it.
Let's see. So, just to let. Nope. No. The next book on the list was I can't ever freaking pronounce this thing, man. The Sword of Shannara.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so you had Terry Brooks did another series called Shannara Chronicles. But I don't know if it was actually officially called that until MTV actually did a TV show about it. And the TV show was actually based on the Elfstones of Shannara, which is the second book in that series. But it's also another journey story, much like Lord of the Rings, but definitely has its own thing because instead of a wizard, you got a druid, but you still have a big band of people, going off on this journey to go and find the Sword of Shannara because they have to basically get it to prevent something else from happening. And then the Shannara name is actually a family name of half elves, which the main guy that you're going with here is it follow Jurl Shannara? No, this is I'm asking Eddie. Sorry. I think Jurl is actually the ancient of legend Shannara
Yep.
that is the one that actually wielded the sword and all that. Everything to do with Shannara, it's always usually referring to that guy. And I think it's his grandson that you're following in this story. They pick him up basically along the way because he's their key to find that and be able to actually use that whenever it comes time. But it's just a real fun story. And if you're not really interested in reading the books and you just want to get a taste of the Shannara world kind of thing, you can watch that MTV show, and it actually wasn't too bad. It had the same guy that played Deathstroke in the Arrowverse.
Manu Bennett.
Yeah, he plays man, I cannot remember that guy's name. Adelon, I think that's it. Something like that, but that's the druid's name, and he's and the show actually has a younger pre-Elvis days Austin Butler, so it's before he started talking like Elvis more regularly, so he's got that real whiny voice, and it's just like, whoa.
He was also in the
So
Arrowverse.
Which season? What part?
I cannot remember exactly, but he dated Thea for a hot minute.
Okay.
And he ended up being like part of the League or something. Spoiler
Okay.
alert. Yeah, but I remember I was like, first time I saw him in that show, I was like, I don't really like this guy. Next thing you know, he's a bad guy anyway, so it didn't matter. But Manu was also, Manu was also
since it's just us,
yeah,
we need to figure out a way and a path, like an agenda, so to say. Give Eddie a syllabus on the Arrowverse.
Yeah.
As far as like, I think Amy would be okay with watching all of it. Because, it was for TV, so there's not going to be anything too heavy or crazy about any of it.
Yeah.
But you think the Arrow show would be too hard, though?
It's a little darker than Superman.
But just
and
the
Lois,
first season, I think.
Yeah.
I think just the first couple seasons, and then it kind of lightens up when the other shows came about a little bit. But I thought maybe Supergirl, they could maybe start with that, and that actually would be I think that's the softest of all the shows.
Yeah.
But still a good show. But I never finished it.
Yeah.
But since it's still in that same vein as Superman and Lois, and I think he's in that, Tyler Hoechlin in the show there. So, right. but then maybe they'd be more interested in the other shows when they get to the crossover parts.
Very true.
You know,
very
to
true.
work backwards like that, because my girlfriend watched each one of the shows independently without crossing the shows over. Like, watch one show and then start another one. I'm like, God, you're a savage. I don't know how you could do that. So I don't know. I get to the part and I go, oh, okay, this is where that's supposed to line up. And then I move on. Like, okay.
Yeah, we figure something. I think if she enjoyed Superman and Lois, I think she might enjoy some of the Arrowverse stuff.
I think at least half of it.
Yeah.
You know, because there's enough female leads in all those shows that keeps it toned down at least that much. But the first couple seasons of Arrow, it wasn't. You know,
Yeah,
it was very Oliver Queen's very, you failed, bow.
Yeah, he was murking people.
Right. That's what I told Eddie. I'm like, he is Batman, but he doesn't have the rule that Batman has. No killing.
Yeah. 100%. So I'm not sure what happened to Ed, but since he is not here just yet, I'll go through some more of my stuff here. Go ahead and take that off screen. So, getting into some comics now. Got a book from Comics Tribe called The Red 10. The Red 10 is a superhero murder mystery. So it's not your typical, saving the day fare with this one. So basically there's a Batman-like character of this world, but their version of the Joker, who is Oxymoron, kills them. Or so we think. So what this is she was a part of this team. Kind of like how Batman he's in the Justice League, but he's kind of in and out of Justice League. Kind of one of those things. Well, her teammates decide they're going to go to this island. They're going to catch Oxymoron, bring him to justice for killing her. And from there, it almost reads like an Agatha Christie book. And the first part is the first 5 heroes are killed. It's got a weird little rhyme scheme on the back. But if you're looking for something different, Comics Tribe does that. Like, I don't want to say weirdest, but their superhero book, Epic, that I talked about a little while back, that's the closest you get to like a superhero book. Everything else is horror, slasher, high fantasy, surf noir. Chum is a surf noir book. But this is just like, this is what I tell people all the time. If you get tired of superheroes, check indie stuff, because indie has always got something like wild. And this feels like it should have been overdone to death, but it was so different from anything I had ever read. The first time I read it, it was years ago, and it took, I think, 3 or 4 years before volume 2 came out for the rest of the story, which Sean will always say he got lucky because all he had to do was buy both of them at the same time so he could read the whole thing. But this is a series that I would definitely tell people, if you can find a way, go to comicstribe.com, see if they still have copies of it, whether it's softcover or hardcover. Check this one out if it sounds interesting. I mean, it's superheroes getting killed in very brutal ways, almost kind of like a mix between murder mystery, Saw, an M. Night Shyamalan movie that's good with the twists and stuff. That's what you get with this book. Like, super, super dope. Gonna go ahead and go again. Let's see, Eddie's back. I'll pop him in here and I'm gonna do the next book. See?
I don't know why it hates me tonight.
Oh, It's mad because I changed the time.
I don't know.
I'm kidding.
I
don't
tried to
know.
get back in and it said you are already a member of this stream. So I had to actually completely close my browser and restart everything to get back in.
Wow. This is
I
just
blame
the
Nope.
weirdest. It's honestly the weirdest show I think we've had so far. So weird. So this one I've talked about a lot, and I still have my messed up copy. I bought this book. I had flipped through it at the store, and it was fine. Okay. But I was holding it here when I was flipping through it. I get home and I start reading this, and pages start falling out. The glue, whatever, had dried, done something, but stuff it just started falling out. But I kept this. I have not replaced it yet for whatever reason. I don't know why I haven't. But this is Kanto. It's done by David M. Booher. This is one of my favorite things that David Booher does. It has a very Wizard of Oz feel to it. Like, completely. So, I'll read you the back of it here. Enslaved for generations, Kanto's people once had hearts. Now they have clocks. They are forbidden to love. Yet Kanto loves a little tin girl. When slavers damage her clock beyond repair, Kanto embarks on an incredible journey through his strange and fantastic world to bring back her heart. As he faces fearsome creatures and unlikely allies, can he conquer the mysterious figure who has taken over their hearts to save the ones he loves? This is a book that it's, to sound super tropey and cliche, for a being that doesn't have a heart, it has a heart. It has heart in spades. This book has made me cry and I'm a big blubbery baby. We all know that.
I was just about to ask you how many times you cried.
I did. But it's so heartfelt. The story is so well written. You root for Kanto. Kanto is a book that I tell everyone, if you've heard of it but have never gave it a shot, please do. David has written some amazing things. I don't, put down any of his other works. I really don't. But Kanto, to me, personally, is my favorite thing that David has ever done. Like I said, I don't know what it is about this book that gives me Wizard of Oz vibes, because the back of the book, the synopsis, doesn't really tell you a whole lot. But reading the book, I'm like, this feels like it's set in the Wizard of Oz. It really does. So that's Kanto. I'm gonna do a couple more because I got a bunch of comics. I'll do a couple more, then we'll go to the next one. From Image, some Image goodness for you. Nailbiter. Y'all, this book is nuts. So there's a town called Buckaroo. And for whatever reason, I haven't gotten to the end of this story just yet, because there are a couple volumes. I think we have 3 or 4 of them. This town is known for producing like most of the world's serial killers. They don't know if it's something to do with some kind of ritual or what have you. They're known as the Buckaroo Butchers. But Nailbiter is the name of one of the characters in the book. His actual name is kind of escaping right now because it's been a while. But he does just that. He kills his victims and he chews their fingernails. It's gross, okay? It's gross. But something happens in this town to where the FBI agent shows up, and I don't know if the dude was acquitted or what, but he's just living in his town like it's no big deal, and he becomes like a consultant to find this other serial killer that has just started and just started murdering people in the town. This book is wild. It's crazy. It's very meta. I want to say that in one of the issues they kill Brian Michael Bendis. Like Brian Michael Bendis shows up in the comic as himself, and he's killed at I think it's the beginning of the issue. So very meta, very good story. Very good story. Highly, highly recommend. Like I said, it's gross with the him biting and chewing other people's fingernails, but such a good book. A lot of twists, a lot of turns. Super good. Next one from Image, real fast. I mean, I don't have to say much about this one, folks. Invincible. Invincible is my favorite thing Robert Kirkman does, and he does a lot of great stuff. I know, Walking Dead, but any part of this universe, any part, whether it's Invincible, whether it's Battle Beast, whether it's Capes, whether it's Guarding the Globe, pretty much anything that's connected to this, I have loved. The thing that I love most about the issue, at least the volumes I have, I'm not sure if every single volume is titled like this, but they're all like 70s and 80s and 90s shows. Like this one is called Family Matters. But if you don't know the story of Invincible, you have a character by the name of Nolan Grayson. And Nolan is also known as the hero Omni-Man. He is from the planet Viltrum. His race is called the Viltrumites. And he comes to Earth. I'm not going to spoil it for those who know the story. I'm going to fib just a little bit. But he comes to Earth and he ends up falling in love and marries. And they have a kid named Mark. So Mark Grayson. And honestly, this is legit true. Grayson was taken after the name Dick Grayson. So that's why they named him that. That's why they named the characters that. Now, originally, this was supposed to be a character named Bulletproof. Bulletproof shows up in the comics and he shows up in the TV show, but they went with Invincible instead. But Invincible, half human, half Viltrumite, and the story opens with he doesn't have powers just yet. He's at work one day. He goes to throw the trash. He ends up throwing the trash into space, which later pays off in later issues. But this one starts out what you think is going to be lighthearted cape shenanigans, but it's much deeper. It gets much more violent. Good guys become bad guys become good guys, and there and back again a bunch of times. There's a reason this thing went on for like 15 years. I think it was close to 15 years, maybe 13, something like that. There's a lot of Invincible. There's a lot. I'm slowly making my way back through the universe, but I love this. This is one of my favorite things. If you were a person that it had been overhyped or you were sick of people talking about it, so you made a decision right then, well, I'm not gonna read this just because. Give it a shot. One of my favorite things from Image. My last one from Image, and then I'll let somebody else have a turn. A book that I don't think gets talked about enough, Pretty Violent. This one is, if you're a fan of I Hate Fairyland, take that and crank this up to like 13. Very bloody, very gory, very bad language. This is about the character on the front. Her name is Gamma Ray. She is from a family of supervillains, but she is trying to be a hero, and she sucks at it. She's terrible. She's killing people, all kinds of craziness. I've only read the first volume.
Short-tempered.
Yes, very short-tempered.
Is she the one that belted Doc Bruce Banner because he was belted by Gamma Ray?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, anyway, this is again not really talked about a whole lot. There was just the 2 volumes and it kind of disappeared. But man, I love this book. want to get the other. I think like I said, I think it's only 2 volumes, but I want to get the other volume. Just never got around to it.
Is that a Scotty book too?
No, this is actually. Let me see. I know Ryan.
It's a young book. Funny enough,
it's Derek Hunter, Jason Young.
no
I don't
relation.
know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's relation. And Spencer Holt.
I tried finding everywhere. I was like, is there a connection? It's so weird and coincidental that these books are so similar. The art's so similar.
Yeah. But it's got
Not
the.
related.
Yeah, it's. Well, you know, it's funny because on the back of this it says join artist Derek Hunter, DuckTales Adventure Time, and writer Jason Young, I Hate Fairyland.
Right.
Huh.
That too.
I've never really read the back before to see that part, so that was interesting.
I think that was the other thing that threw further confusion into it.
Yeah. But it does feel like I Hate Fairyland, but obviously not in Fairyland, and it just, for me at least, a lot gorier.
I think it's just the similarities between the characters, between her and Dirt.
That's
that's
very true.
No patience for people's bullshit.
Yeah.
And okay, you're dead.
Yeah. All right. Well, let me see. See what's next on the list, and we'll let somebody else have a turn. The next thing that was on here was, why are you not? Let's see. You already talked about the Elf Stones, or did you have anything more to say about Elf Stones of Shannara?
No, that's more of one of those, like, read it. It's a good book, good series. Terry Brooks does really good fantasy, as I'm sure Eddie can tell you.
Oh, absolutely. He's my favorite sci-fi writer. A lot of people don't know this, but he actually wrote the book for The Phantom Menace.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I always forget that too.
Yeah.
All right, so the next picture I have back here that nobody can see, Percy Jackson, Heroes of Olympus, and Trials of Apollo.
So you got the first basically series. So the first is Percy Jackson and
You've got to be
the
kidding me
Olympians.
now. His mic's going to go out.
Is it really?
This is the greatest show ever. My camera quit working. Oh, hey, you're back.
Check.
No, you're Godzilla. That's awesome. This is the best show ever, people. How are you making those noises without moving your mouth? Oh, there you go. That's awesome.
Check.
Hey, you're back. And you're lined up.
Lined up?
You're like a quarter of a second off, but you're probably close enough, so go for it.
It might catch up by the time I start going. No, so those are 3 different series. The first series is Percy Jackson and the Olympians. And there's 5 books in that series. First one being The Lightning Thief, second one, Sea of Monsters, third one, The Labyrinth, Battle of the Labyrinth, I think, and then Sea of Monsters. That was the second one. Oh, Titan's Curse, then the Battle of the Labyrinth, and then The Last Olympian is the last book in that series. I had to look back at the rest of them, but those 5 follow Percy Jackson, Annabeth Chase, and Grover. And if you've ever seen the movie, that's the son of Poseidon, the daughter of Athena, and the satyr who's been charged to basically follow Percy and guard him, so to say. But the whole concept of the whole story is amongst us and always has been this way and everything, that there is half gods or demigods to where they have one godly parent and one human parent. And a lot of times those kids are left here on Earth. And most of the time they don't usually make it past puberty, because that's usually whenever all the monsters start to hunt them down, because then they start to actually put off certain scents that only the monsters and Greek monsters and all that, because this is the Greek pantheon that the Percy Jackson books deal with. And so the whole series there is Percy and his whole group of friends going through and trying to prevent the second coming of Kronos, the Titan god, the father of Zeus. And, he's just going to destroy everything. And so all 5 books follows Percy trying to prevent this from happening. And then that leads into the next series, which is the Heroes of Olympus. And this actually jumps over and mixes in the Roman pantheon of gods and all their counterparts, to where, Zeus turned into Jupiter, Hera turned into blank. Wow. But then, Mars is the god of Mars is also the god of war, Ares. And then Venus is Aphrodite. So, each one has its own counterpart and everything. But a big spin and twist on this is a lot of those gods were split up into multiple gods whenever they became Roman, or they were just eliminated, or just, weren't transferred over and didn't really gather any new worship through the Roman gods. And the way that it works in these books is you only kind of have power if you have worshipers, so Olympus follows where the highest, place of worship, or most people kind of are, where you would centralize, human population, whatever. And in the Percy Jackson books, it's supposed to be over the Empire State Building. And that's how they kind of, you get up there, certain way to get there, blah, 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 read the books. But anyways, the Roman side of things, there's actually, out in California, you have stuff going on out in LA. So the Greek stuff happens. There's actually a Camp Half-Blood that, if these kids actually make it past and make it through, not getting eaten by demons before they actually make it to this camp, which has all kinds of protective barriers around it and is just a sanctuary for demigods. They go to this school or camp. It's called Camp Half-Blood. And once they get in there, they can actually figure out how to use, if they have any kind of, inherent powers from their parents, or they could be just kids of minor gods that don't really have any kind of special powers or nothing, but they're still just as susceptible to being eaten or killed by any of these monsters. And the reason why nobody can see any of this stuff happen, like you or I, on the everyday normal going out and about, is there's something called the mist. And the mist actually changes everything to look at you. Like when you look at something seems a little bit off, you're like, why does that seem funny? That's just where the mist is kind of thinner and you can kind of see strange stuff, but then things snap back, whatever. It's just like a veil, so to say, that mortals can't see through to see what's really there. Like if it's a demon, demigorgon, whatever kind of thing, they can't really see it for what it really is. But the demigods, they can see all that stuff, no problem. And that's why a lot of them turn into runaways, because they're running from monsters, essentially. So they want to get out of Dodge, and then somehow they figure out here some way. Sometimes there will be the satyrs will actually take them and come and try and shuttle them from their home to this camp, and some are successful, some aren't. So, and it gets into that, and kids aren't safe in here in any of these books. So, I mean, it is a teen read, but it's definitely not soft. So, and then after those 2-book series, because this is another 5-issue or 5-book series, the Heroes of Olympus. And then the third series is called Trial of Apollo. And that's basically Apollo gets Thor back to Earth kind of thing, like stripped of his powers kind of thing. And then he gets put in like a human body kind of thing. And he has to go through all this stuff to try and redeem himself kind of thing before he gets his powers back. And it's a real good, that's another 5-issue, but another good series. So there's 15 books there altogether.
Damn. Did I hear you talk about the flower monster?
Demogorgons.
Yes.
Well, those were real things in Greek mythology
I
before
know.
D&D.
I know they were. You said that, and I'm like, oh God, those damn flower monsters are bad.
Because it actually turns out that gods don't just fuck humans. They get it on with the demons and the gorgons too.
That's why.
That's how you get Cyclops. Cyclops are usually actually children of Poseidon. The more you know.
Interesting.
That's the other cool thing about these books is I have learned a ton of Greek and Roman mythology and stuff when it comes to the gods. Lots of stuff up here now. It's won me trivia.
Hey.
Like, you got your gods mixed up. Mars was Greek, not Roman. You need to reword the question.
Oh Lord.
So having a well actually moment.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Whoa. There we go. Nothing. Your camera froze and the whole screen went white for like a second and came back. And I'm like, what the heck is going on?
I don't know.
We've been hacked. You guys, how much? Maybe somebody's messing with you.
Goodness. So, go on to my next. I think I'll do 3 this time. Like I said, most of my stuff is comics. At the end is where I got like my big thing I'm going to talk about. But do it like this for a second so I can show off the cover, and then I'll put it right back. Hack slash. Horror fans should be reading this book. This book is excellent. I love this character. First started out at Devil's Due Publishing, and then got taken over by Image. So this tells the story of Cassie Hack, character on the cover. She, growing up, she was picked on as a little girl, and her mom was the lunch lady at the school that they worked at, or that she went to school at. So people started noticing that kids started going missing. Come to find out, Mama Hack was taking the kids that were picking on her daughter and killing them and basically feeding them to the other kids. Cassie finds out about this, and she's the one who kills her mother. So this is a world with slashers, and slashers exist. Freddy exists in this universe. Chucky, the killer doll, exists in this universe. This character has crossed over with so many things. Reanimator, like I said, Chucky, Ash with Ash and Evil Dead. So you either have what are known as slashers or revenants. Revenants are slashers that have been killed but have been brought back to life. So that's like the government name for them. They're revenants. Well, Cassie's partner, and I don't know how good we'll be able to see this, is this big hulking dude right here named Vlad. Now, from what you can tell in the story, it feels like Vlad was supposed to be a slasher, but he was abandoned as a baby and found by, I want to say it's a butcher. A very nice man raised him. So he actually starts hunting other slashers as well. So when Cassie first sees him, she just thinks he's another slasher. She's going to kill him. Come to find out, no, he's good. So they kind of join up. This is a series that I have been saying for the longest time. It has been stuck in development hell. There was supposed to be a movie a long time ago on this series. I think they were going to try to get Danielle Harris as the main character, as Cassie Hack. Then it was going to be a TV show. Then I think the only thing that it's like been in other media as is there's a Ash versus DC Zombies versus something on YouTube, some fan film where they have Cassie Hack in it. There's a stage play of Hack Slash somewhere. This is a character that, to me at least, would do freaking gangbusters on a streaming service because of everything that it's crossed over with. If you got the rights or some kind of deal was struck between the slashers that they could bring it into this universe onto the screen, this show would be phenomenal. There's a bunch of different hack slash things. Like I said, not only all the crossover she's had, but there's a bunch of different stories. It's still going on. There was one where you first learn where Cassie gets her training when she grows up. It was like she's back in high school and a bunch of stuff happens. Again, this is one that I can't believe that nothing really has been done with it, and the fact that it's so hard to get made. Because this would definitely be a true blue slasher / horror thing if they could get it done right. And I think this thing would be phenomenal. Like, it would be almost like Supernatural in the way that when Supernatural first started, it was all kind of like Freak of the Week kind of stories. And the first couple volumes of Hack Slash is pretty much the same thing. There's a particular slasher, whether it's a veterinarian that was murdering people by euthanizing them, and he gets stuck in the gas chamber and comes back, and that's how he kills people. Stuff like that. But it's a story that, again, I don't think enough people have read and doesn't get talked about as much as it should be. So it's a Tim Seeley, right? Am I talking out my butt here saying that? Hold on. I want to say it's Tim Seeley. Yes. Written by Tim Seeley. So, if you like Tim Seeley's writing and you've never read this, it's definitely worth your time. Fantastic book. Every time I think I'm going to read, I'm going to read like an issue or two, I end up reading the whole thing. So, all right, next two I got both Marvel books. The first, Spider-Man. This book right here was one that I had not read a whole lot of Marvel for a while. Like, I fell off reading Marvel books for quite some time. And this is written by Brian Michael Bendis. And it's basically something happens to where Peter Parker and Miles Morales are in the same world. I know that there's a Peter Parker in Miles' world. That's how Miles kind of became the Spider-Man of his universe, because his Peter Parker was killed. Well, this is, I can't remember whether it's 616 or whatever, shows up, okay? Reading this book, and again, I cried for a different reason. Yes, of course I cried. Because reading this book reminded me why I liked Marvel in the first place. This was so different from all the other stuff Marvel had been putting out at the time. So when I read it, I was just like, it took me back to when I was a kid and used to, Marvel was kind of outside of the Adam West Batman. Marvel was the first kind of comic book stuff I got into. Of course, I'd seen the Superman movie and I love Superman and all that, but I wasn't, I didn't know a lot of characters in that universe as much as when I knew some of the Marvel stuff because they had cartoons. They had, a whole block of the cartoons coming on Sundays and Saturdays sometimes. So Spider-Man was really on the Marvel side was my first hero from Marvel. And like I said, it had been so long since I read Marvel, and this hardcover was pretty cheap. I picked it up because Jenna's a very big Spider-Man fan, so we picked it up. And like I said, I read it, and it gut punched me because the moment that happens that actually made me tear up was a moment that was so real that I just I couldn't hold it in because it was not only the thing that I was reading, but it was just, man, Marvel had some good books. And it just reminded me why I like Marvel. Now fast forward a little bit, and I'm gonna be that hipster guy and say I liked Deadpool when he first came out in '91. I was a fan of Deadpool then. It wasn't the movies, it wasn't Ryan Reynolds. I was a fan of the character when he first came out. So when I started getting into really into comic collecting, I started picking up the Marvel Now, Brian Posehn, Jerry Duggan, or Dugan. I never remember how to say that last name. But Brian Posehn, I think a lot of people probably know that name. Actor, comedian, it's the same guy. But this is their Deadpool run. This is the run that I tell people, if you don't like Deadpool, this is the one you should probably read. Yes, he's still fourth wall breaking. Yes, he's still kind of annoying. But the story is so freaking good. I have 6 or 7 volumes of this run. I wasn't going to break them all out for this. I was just going to bring the one because the stack would be a lot bigger. This is my favorite run. I know people like the Danny Way or Daniel Way run. They like the Scotty Young, which I do too. I like the Scotty Young run. But this one is when I was like, okay, I'm going to collect the whole series. I almost have all of it. But this is basically the volume is called Dead Presidents, and there's a reason why. Because he basically fights a bunch of dead presidents brought back to life. So, again, if you've never been into Deadpool, I would tell you give this a shot. The people that I have shown this to that have read it are laughing by the third page. It's a funny book. There's a little bit of gore and stuff in there, but this Deadpool is I don't necessarily want to say a toned down version of what Ryan Reynolds is playing, but it's definitely a toned down version of what Ryan Reynolds does. But if you've ever been interested in Deadpool 2 and you've never read any Deadpool, this is where I would tell you to start. Highly, highly, highly recommend. All right. Let me see what's next on the list. There's a whole thing of Hatchet.
So I don't know if you guys had to read that book at all back during your school curriculum days and all that. Did you guys have certain books that you had to read in English class and all
that? Oh, yeah.
I mean, supposed to, but never really did.
Right. I remember the first one in this being a reading assignment and never actually completing it ever, whatever, just kind of wing the book reports, whatever. But later on, as an adult, went back and actually read this stuff. And it's a great series. It follows a young kid who's going up to spend the summer with his dad in Alaska. And the only way to get to where his dad actually is by bush plane. And what happens is on the way up to his dad's is the pilot has a heart attack mid-flight, doesn't make it, or at least loses consciousness long enough to where he cannot control the plane, and the kid's name is Brian. And so the plane goes down in the middle of the Canadian wilderness, just right in the middle of the bush. And he lands right in the middle of this little lake, pond, all that. Plane sinks. He escapes from the plane, luckily, before any kind of issues there. And I think he was trying to get the emergency, survival bag, all that kind of stuff, before the plane actually submerged. And it was an issue, but I think it wound up getting stuck on something. He had to bail. So now he's out in the wilderness now, and the only thing that he has is this hatchet that his mom had given him weeks before as a birthday present. And it was just so happened to be on his belt. So that's how he wound up with the hatchet. And so he goes on for the next few months having to learn how to survive and not die, whether it be from predators, starvation, or freezing, anything like that. It's still summertime, so freezing isn't necessarily an issue until much later, but even still, it doesn't get to that part of the story. And that actually turns into the third book because, he hones all these skills over the next couple months. And, spoiler alert, but it's 30, 40-year-old book, 50-year-old book, whatever. But he survives the first little spout there and goes down into the plane and winds up getting the emergency bag, and then grabs a little homing beacon and all that, lights that, gets all the dehydrated food and all that stuff. And right as he's getting ready to eat this awesome dinner that he's been having to work so hard this whole time he's been out here to make every single night, he's never even come close to this spread that he just found, within the survival kit. And no sooner than he's getting ready to eat it, here comes this little bush pilot that comes and lands on the lake the way that he should have. And he's like, "Oh, you hungry?" And then that's how the book ends. And then the second book, he goes back with the military guy, and he's trying to give this military guy and a couple of other people that go along with him knowledge as far as surviving in the wilderness and making do with what you have, and trying to teach. They're trying to get inside this kid's head basically to try and teach this to some of their soldiers, all that stuff in the army and everything. And then a big storm happens, renders the military guy injured to where he's unconscious. And then the whole rest of the book is Brian trying to get him back to civilization in order to get medical treatment and all that. And so that's that. So that's Brian's Return. That's the second book. And then the third book is basically a reimagining, as if he goes down into the plane at the end of the first book and he grabs a survival kit, comes back up, finds everything going through, itemizing all the stuff, and the homing beacon is broken. So turning that thing on is nothing. So he's just as effed as he was, except now he just has all these supplies and stuff that he didn't have before, that he's been having to make do without. But that book is called Brian's Winter, and basically what that is if that homing beacon didn't go off and he get rescued, he would have had to stay there through the winter. And this is where that story would have picked up and carried on had he not got saved. And now he has to actually fortify his little shelter that he's made, and or move it, because there's a whole bunch of stuff. He's got some predators and issues with the shelter that he winds up staying in the first book. But then there's some run-ins with moose, and it's just an awesome story. But I think there's 4 of those books. There could be 5. but one of them's to where like he just stayed there even after they found him. He just decided to stay up there and live up there in a little whatever part, and finds another family, an Inuit family kind of thing, that wound up going through a bear attack, and there's a young woman, daughter of that family, that he winds up stumbling across, and then he has to take her and save her, kind of thing, and shuttle her to the next town for safety, kind of thing. And then that's that story in that book. And then I think he winds up marrying that girl or something. It's a really good series of books, and naturally you can skip that second one and just go straight into the third one. But yeah, it was just a really good book for me when I read it, because I was going through some real crappy times, in just a real crappy relationship, so had nothing else to do but read. And that's where a lot of these books come from, is that time. Is it's like, okay, I'll be outside reading. But yeah, it's just real fun to read that one, because it makes you appreciate naturally, all the stuff that we take for granted, all the amenities in your own house and all that stuff. But it also kind of tickles the fantasy and idea of living out in nature and surviving and not needing all this stuff, and just literally day by day, what you get out of life is what you put in, as far as the preparation work for all that. Yeah. I romanticize that lifestyle sometimes. Living in the mountains, away from everybody, quiet, all on me. If something's messed up, it's my fault. Can't blame anybody else.
Get a pet bear, call yourself Grizzly Adams.
Mm-hmm. Right. Except I don't want Werner Herzog coming and making a documentary about me later on.
Yeah, that would be
So
no one should see this footage ever.
So the other three books that are attached to this, are they not part of? There's Wood Song, Dog Song, and Dancing Carl.
That could just be you're giving me information that I didn't have before going into this conversation. I actually didn't know that there was continuations to all that. I thought there was just the 3 or the 4 or 5 books that I've read, but that is one that I will excitedly go back and continue reading, because I've read through that a few times, that whole series of books. But
All right.
I think Gary Paulson, he's just a good author. He's got a lot of Western kind of style survival stories and stuff. Another story about a guy or a kid who assembles a car that came in a kit, and his dad's gone and his mom basically skipped out, and he has to go out on a little adventure and find anything in the world, something to kind of keep going, because he's only like 14, 15 or something. So now he's newly orphaned, but he has all the parts and pieces to build this car, and it's a kit car. So once he gets that all finished, gets it all running and going, he goes off on this journey and stumbles across a couple of little people, that are down on their luck, or, black sheep of this group or whatever. And he gets along with them, and they just go along, and it's just a good little journey story. And I think that one's called The Car. But Gary Paulson's a good author.
Definitely be looking that up. So everybody else talk about books. Let's go more comics. So it's going to be a Valiant section, man. I know Valiant is kind of fallen off, according to some folks. But back in 2010 through 2015, 2016, Valiant had some great Great stuff. So I just want to talk about a couple of these real fast. First off, we're going to start with Bloodshot Reborn, Volume 1, Colorado. So I'm just going to read the back of these for you, folks. So Bloodshot's nanites have made him a nearly unstoppable killing machine. His enhanced strength, speed, endurance, and healing made him the perfect weapon. And he served as masters of Project Rising Spirit, a private contractor trafficking in violence, very well. Now Bloodshot is a shadow of his former self. He lives in self-imposed exile, reeling from the consequences of his past life and the recent events that nearly drove him mad. But when a rash of shootings by gunmen who appear to look just like Bloodshot begin, his guilt will send him on a mission to stop the killers, even if it means diving headlong into the violence that nearly destroyed him. So Bloodshot is a character that originally was a gangster named Angelo, if I remember correctly, who's bumped off by his by the mob he's working for, and taken by the government, given these nanites, and has his memories wiped. Now, if you watch the Bloodshot movie, I know that's not the best representation, but it had some accurate things in there. See, what they would do was they would implant memories in his brain to make him think like, he is with a friend, or, he's known this person his entire life, or this person has killed someone he loved, to basically take out world leaders and things like that. Basically contract killings for the government. And this is a character that because of the nanites, has a healing factor, but it's not quite like Wolverine or Deadpool. He has to have protein. There's one of the books, I want to say it's the Bloodshot Reloaded one, where he's so messed up he has to eat a live cow. He just eats the cow to heal. So that to me is always set that his healing factor, he has to do something. Like he has to have the right amount of protein for the nanites to fix him. There's so many great characters. He's definitely in my top 5 of Valiant. Followed by Exo Man of War. This is By the Sword. So this one, there's a 3rd century Visigoth named Auric of Dacia. And he and his tribe are fighting a war with the Romans against somebody. Or maybe it's against the Romans. It's been a long time since I read it. But basically, what happens is one night there's at least in the early Valiant days, there was an alien race called the Vine. They show up throughout all the books and everything. They come down and they kidnap a bunch of people. They kidnap babies, leave their babies in their place, and they're shapeshifters. And Auric is one of the people that's taken on the ship. Him and his people are made to be slaves on this ship. There's a part where he basically mouths off to one of the aliens, and they cut his hand off. So now he's only got one hand. Well, the aliens worship this suit that shows up like a ball, and I want to say it's close to your book name, the Shannara, but I think it's like Shahanara or something like that. But they worship this suit of living armor, and they're trying to get people
Might have to go check on a dog. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Get people of their own race to I'll go ahead and drop them off screen for now, to be able to wear this suit. It's not bonding with any of them. Auric decides he is going to he's going to break out of this place. He's been there, it feels like years. Feels like they've been there for years. So Art goes to the suit. The suit bonds with him. Now, folks, I know this feels very Iron Man-ish. I know it feels very Iron. Ed's back. I'm gonna go ahead and pop him back in. Why not? I know it feels like an Iron Man ripoff, but to me, it's always been a story that should not work by any means. It's a third century Visigoth with this living, sentient armor that speaks to him, and when the armor bonds to him, it regrows his hand, and he uses it to escape the ship.
Can
And
I
this
ask
is
what
just-
you're talking about?
Exo Man of War.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So Ark gets off the ship. Like you said, for them, it's been months or a couple years since they were taken from their village in the 3rd century. So Art goes to make his way home, only to find out that he's been gone for a lot longer than a couple years due to, light years in space, spacey-wacy stuff that I don't know too much about. By the time he makes it to Earth, he's in the 21st century. So the rest of the book is basically him deciding to become a hero, him finding a place for his people that have been misplaced, they're people out of time, and him meeting the rest of the characters in the Valiant universe, and they have their own little Justice League type thing that we get later on. But yeah, Exo, fantastic book, and great character. Next one for Valiant. I'm going to talk a little bit about Valiant because, like I said, a lot of people have never tried them because nowadays, people just aren't into them. They can't figure out what they're doing. But this era of Valiant, when Dinesh Shamdasani was in charge, some of the best stuff got put out.
You need to do some letter writing and get that zombie thing to come out so I can write some Valiant.
I know. I'm still wanting to read it too. This is Ninjak. I know it looks like Ninja K. There's actually a series of Ninjak called Ninja K because there's ninjas A through whatever. Before, he was known as Ninjak. If you like Batman, this will be your dude. He is basically a British ninja Batman with a bunch of high-tech gear. People know who he is, though. They know he is. He's a rich guy because rich guys always end up being like this. But he's a recruit for MI6, but also hangs out with and I wish I could remember the name of the group that all the heroes formed. I can't remember off the top of my head. I know I got the book for it, but he's so Colin King, British, like MI6 sort of royalty, because his parents were both spies. It's kind of cheaply done, but I think the costumes look amazing. There was a web series. Valiant had a Valiant Digital thing many years ago where they partnered with Bat and the Sun, and they made a series called Ninjak versus the Valiant Universe. Michael Rowe, who played Deadshot in Arrow, was cast to play Ninjak. There's a bunch of Jason David Frank, the Green Ranger, Tommy, or White Ranger, depending. He was Bloodshot. Did a fantastic job. There's a gentleman that we've had on the Experience for Batman Day, whose name is escaping me, who plays Batman in a lot of the Bat and Sun stuff. Oh, that hurts. He actually played a character named Armstrong from one of my favorite duos, Archer and Armstrong, where Armstrong is an immortal. Him and his brothers kind of set this whole thing off. The Valiant Universe, guys and girls, if you've never checked it out, it's some of the most, I put it above, at this time at least, put it above Marvel and DC when it comes to world building and how people don't feel like they're forced into a story. It feels like they should be there when they do use other people within this world. like I think Ninjak shows up in the second volume. In fact, I think the second volume of Exo Manowar is called Enter Ninjak. But he's such a fun character, very quippy. But if you're into Batman, I'm telling you, I think Ninjak, at least the earlier stuff. I want to say, let's see, what did this come out? This was. Well, maybe. Well, I can't find the date. 2015. So around the 2014, 2015 era. Just again, another one in the top 5 characters of Valiant that I really like. Last 2 real quick, and then I'll switch off to something else. Quantum and Woody. Quantum and Woody are the comedic characters. Well, one's straight laced, the other one's funny. I think you can kind of guess from the names which one is which. Yes, and the Justice League was for the Valiant folks was called Unity. There you go. Thank you. But I'm going to show you the first, because they definitely had a bunch of stories. The one I joined in on is kind of the second series. I did grab, however, Quantum and Woody by Priest and Bright. This is it's called Volume 1. It's called Clang. There's a reason it's called that. So Christopher Priest and MD Bright created these characters. And this is a very controversial book because there's some racial language in it, because Quantum is a black guy and Woody is a white dude. So in the original part of the story, Quantum and Woody are just friends. Quantum's real name is Eric. They're just friends. Their fathers work together, and Woody's always getting Eric into trouble. And one day Eric just leaves. Doesn't say why, doesn't tell Eric what's going on. Many years later, both of their fathers have died. And the cops think that they have something to do with it. So they think that it was one of their father's partners. So they go to their dad's lab. And they're wearing these bracelets. And I can't remember why exactly they're wearing these bracelets. Eric says something along the lines of, look, my dad had these hidden somewhere. They've got to be for something. Well, these two argue like cats and dogs. They used to be best friends, haven't seen each other forever. They're mad at each other, a lot of unresolved issues. They start fighting in this lab. Well, they both get knocked into like this. They both knock each other into like this containment unit, and Eric accidentally shuts the door. Well, come to find out, I'm going to pop note back on here real fast. Come to find out, the business partner they thought had something to do with their dad's deaths did. He hits this button, and they start to like dematerialize. Well, at the last second, they decide they're going to fight. You know, their molecules are disappearing. They're mad at each other, so they swing. But when they swing, they clang the wristbands together, and it causes this huge explosion. You later find out that their molecules become unstable, so every 24 hours they have to clang these wristbands together. So they end up becoming a team. Now, Woody doesn't take it as seriously, as you can see from the cover, as Quantum does, because he's got a whole outfit and a code name. So that's the original Priest and Bright run. Now, the first run that I actually checked out was Quantum and Woody, the world's worst superhero team. Now, in this one, it's almost kind of the same story, except they're adopted brothers, something like that. Adoptive. There you go. They're adopted brothers. They've been at each other's throats their entire lives. Their dad, again, there's an explosion at his lab. and it's very similar to the opening, but now they've made them brothers that fight. And this was when I first started reading Valiant. I picked up this one. The other books have like a little bit of humor in them, but they're not like supposed to be or trying to be funny. This one had me laughing as soon as I started reading it. So once I got done with it, I grabbed a couple more trades, and then I found out, oh, there's an original run by the creators, Christopher Priest, MD Bright. So that's when I grabbed that one. Now that one's funny too, but again, they even make mention in this book that one of the issues prior, because they used racial slurs in it, got them in trouble. So they had to tone it down, and they came up with a new name or a new word for the word that was said in the previous issue that got them in trouble. Valiant is the one that I would Valiant. Quantum and Woody is the one that I would tell you, if you don't vibe with any of the other characters that I've mentioned, Quantum and Woody might be the way to go. Quantum Woody, Archie, and Armstrong, those are the comedic reliefs. They have great stories, a lot of fun. Woody is such a jerk off. It's hilarious. He's so funny. He's that guy that you tell people he may be an asshole, but he's my asshole. That kind of friend. That's exactly how Woody is to me. And this series, again, when the Russos got done with, not Endgame, but one of the other ones the Russos were working on, TBS was supposed to, there was a whole bunch of stuff that's supposed to happen for Valiant, and Quantum and Woody on TBS with excuse me, with Joel McHale as Woody was supposed to happen. Never did. Now, we all know, or most of us at least, know Stephen Amell from Arrow. Serious, broody. Stephen Amell is not like that for real. Stephen Amell is quite freaking funny. Like, he's very comedic. First time I ever saw him was in Blue Mountain State. He played a little side character, but his lines were hilarious to me. If they ever did this show, all I would want them to do, if you've seen Arrow, folks, is to make Diggle Eric / Quantum and make Stephen Amell Woody, and you have the show right there. Diggle was one of my favorite characters on Arrow. I loved Diggle. But yeah, so that's my pitch for folks. If you're not into new Valiant stuff, I'm telling you, this stuff from the 20 teens, this is gold. The era of Dinesh Shamdasani was killer for Valiant. All right. Here's one that I know. I wish I could show you the pictures, but I can.
Try
I guess
again.
I guess I could ask you this. Well, I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna show it. Hold on, because I'm genuinely curious. Because are any of these also comic covers, or is it just the book? Once you can see it.
They did actually do comic covers, kind of like homages for some of these. Like the second one there in the top, they did that cover for this most recent series that they did, which was Alliances. So the first book there's Thrawn, just Thrawn, and they did that series. That was 6 issues in that run, and then they did another 6-issue run for Alliances, which is the second book, and then the third book there on the top is Treason. And so this is how they basically rewrote Thrawn into the canon and not so much a Legends character, because you used to have the Thrawn trilogy. I think there was actually 2 Thrawn trilogies back in the 90s. One was the Heir to the Empire trilogy, and then the other one was the Hand of Thrawn, I think. But definitely different stories, and those stories actually follow a lot more with like the original characters, Han, Luke, Leia, and follow kind of what happened after the Death Star explosion. So those stories kind of follow after Return of the Jedi, where these, the bottom 3 books, that's a prequel series. So that's before Thrawn even actually crosses into Imperial space, anything like that. Sort of. There is a part in those books where it actually converges with the second book there on the top. So basically, whenever Anakin Skywalker and Darth Vader and Thrawn and all that, those are mixed in between the 2 series. But the first top row there takes place before A New Hope. So all of it takes place before A New Hope. So before Thrawn, anything like that. And if you watch the Rebel series on, I think it was on Disney when it was on TV, but you follow the Rebel characters, that's where they actually show him on screen. And then these books followed after that. So Dave Filoni brought Thrawn back in, gave him a new, origin or a new function inside that Rebel show as the big bad character. And then at the end of that series, they kind of send him off in exile kind of thing. But if you watch the show, you know what I mean. But that's where they're trying to find him whenever you get into the Ahsoka show, and why he's off in some distant land is how the end of that show happens. But the top 3 books are how he gets started in the Imperial Army, Navy, all that, and gains trust with the Emperor and quickly moves his way up to the station of Grand Admiral. And the first book covers pretty much, well, that whole series of him getting up to that position. And then the second one is him actually going out and doing things and finding some unsavory people that are against the Empire, but not really with the rebellion. They're just kind of for themselves. So they're out doing their own thing, wild, wild west style, taking advantage of little planets and lining their own pockets. So the Emperor starts to somewhat get suspicious of him there, because he's doing stuff on his own accord, not necessarily by order of the Empire and all that, and just kind of putting his hand in a whole bunch of different little cookie jars and stuff. So then by the third book, that's whenever he starts to be considered treasonous, because he starts to actually talk to his own people and actually enlist their help for a certain aspect of what they're trying to figure out, the mysteries of what's going on, missing supplies, and so there is some mystery to these stories, because he's definitely looked at as a second class officer because he's not human. Because it's a very big trend within the Empire that if you're not human, you are a second class soldier or whatever, just because you're not human. And that's just per the Emperor. And that's a trust thing. Because apparently if you're not human, you're less trustworthy, blah, 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 blah. But, and the fact that he's got red eyes doesn't really help his case either. So,
yeah.
And, but the second series takes place entirely in the Chiss Ascendancy. So that's why it's called the Ascendancy trilogy, because it follows him from a kid all the way up to the point of his exile. And, that's first to third book. And it shows, you get to follow him through him making his way through all the ranks in the Chiss Ascendancy, and trying to navigate all the political stuff that comes with the families. So the way the Chiss Empire works is there's like 9 families, 9 big top tier families, and then there's a whole bunch of families underneath them that don't really have known names or necessarily the big power. And a lot of people are adopted into these families, and it's a very political strategy kind of thing. Like, you know, you come up through the military academy is one way where a lot of lower class people get into positions of power and actually get adopted by some of these families. So in the first or second book there's another character that's actually trying to help Thrawn, but not directly, because he was nice to her when she was a kid. It's in the story, obviously, but she has to basically get in and pass all the trials through one of these families in order to be not under the gun and under the political thumb of another guy that is higher up in another family. So there's a lot of that political back and forth, but it's not like political stuff like nowadays, like what we're dealing with, whatever. So I'm not trying to, you know, put any, you know, bad taste in anybody's mouth on any of that, because that's not what I mean. It's just that is one of his weaknesses. Thrawn as a character is this big badass military strategist, you know, admiral, you know, can barely be beaten kind of thing, but he's blind to political stuff. So people can lie to his face when it comes to politics and say, yeah, I'll take care of that and do that. And he has no idea that that person has ulterior motives, because he's just takes people at their word sometimes. So he can be too trusting, and that's been his downfall when it comes to politics. And that's actually why he gets exiled, is for politics and all that kind of stuff, which doesn't spoil anything, because that's just a character flaw that is always there in any of the books all over. So
Awesome.
but I've read through these a few times, and these are great books. Timothy Zahn is an amazing author, and I love it whenever he writes his character.
Very cool.
And to go off what Nope said, the original Thrawn trilogy by Timothy Zahn, The Heir to the Empire, Dark Force Rising, and The Last Command, I love those books. They easily make my top 10 list of best series ever read. And I was actually hoping that the Disney movies were going to do The Heir to the Empire, The Dark Force Rising, and The Last Command. Because those books, when I opened the front cover, I didn't put it down until I closed the back cover. All 3 of them. They came out like 3 years in a row, 91, 92, 93-ish. And I was just, wow. I really wish they'd make movies out of this one day. And then when I heard Disney was doing it, I was like, oh, please do it, please do it, please do it. They didn't, and now it's not considered canon, like Nope said. But in my heart, it'll always be canon, because I love those books. And what happens is that it's mostly about not only Thrawn coming to power after the Empire falls and all that, but Han and Leia had twins, and Luke is trying to teach them the Force. And oh god, it's such a fantastic read. So even though it's not canon, if you guys have never read that series, read that series if you love Star Wars.
They did, however, canonize some characters from that and bring them into that Rebel show. So I think his name is Rue. About his little Thrawn's little general that winds up
Oh yeah.
heavy on invisibility. And then yeah, so he's in that Rebel show, that character, as one of Thrawn's, you know, generals and stuff. So they canonize that, but naturally the original characters, Han, Luke, and Leia, aren't a part of any of his story there. So don't really see it happening with that unless they do stuff with the Ahsoka show going forward, because it is in that timeline or that time zone where Luke's still younger, and technically so would Leia. But
Yeah, but
I
they
highly
kind of
doubt they're
ruined
going to
that
be.
with the Disney. Yeah, because you
Well,
couldn't have them
yeah,
having twins, and Luke couldn't teach them.
sure.
All
Which all aspects of that story aren't necessarily crucial. You know what I mean? Like the twins, sure, it was a part of it, but I don't think it really. The whole story hinges on those characters. You know, like you could
yeah,
tweak that part a little bit, but I think where they screwed up is you don't have those actors to even do any kind of visual anything. So you're going to have to spend all this money to de-age people or do AI stuff for like Carrie Fisher. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So like you can't
Even
really
if they
do
did it
any
in
of
an
the
animated, I'd like it.
animated. That would be cool because then you could actually do Leia storyline and then just
Yeah,
have
it
voice
could be an
actors. And then you
Elseworlds
could
for Star Wars.
right, and then you actually get the Malari Oosh storyline with all of it,
Oh,
where
I love that trilogy.
it's following Vader's daughter, where there's a whole bunch of people that are out there and they worship Darth Vader, so to say. And once Darth Vader passes, they realize that Leia is Darth Vader's daughter, and so they start calling her the Malari Oosh. And so she's got this whole planet, this whole tribe of people at her disposal, kind of thing, to go and fight Thrawn with and stuff. It's an awesome story. Eddie's not wrong. Because the whole time
Phable!
Thrawn's after this big giant fleet that was built, and it's supposed to be like of myth, like 200 or something star destroyers out somewhere, and
Superstar
that's what they're
Destroyer.
trying. Superstar destroyers, and that's what
Yep.
they're trying to do. Is they're trying to
Yep.
find the location of all these.
Yep. And I
So-
have like 3 copies of that in paperback because I wore them out, and I also have them in hardcover. That's how much I love that trilogy.
I still have yet to buy all those in hardcover. I don't have any of those Thrawn books
I
physically.
a tear ran down my cheek when I found out that they did comics of those when I wasn't reading comics, and I missed out on them because they're like $200-300 a piece now, and there's no way in hell I'm going to do that. But
If you can't even get
that
that
one,
first one for less than $150 almost.
no, but that Thrawn Alliance is along the same that series that came out a couple years ago. Is kind of along the same lines, but at least
Well,
they got
so's the first one.
Timothy's on right. Yep.
Hey, Phable.
Oh my gosh, I haven't been called Big Ed since high school. You just pulled back a high school memory flash there, Phable. Everybody used to call me Big Ed in high school. It was awesome.
There we go. Just grabbing that link, folks. If you have not checked out One Collection Down, goes live on Friday. Had a great panel last night. I was able to catch a little bit of it.
That was a fun show last night. Good
I
job,
tell you-
Phable.
Yeah, I tell you, one of the greatest things to see, and it's so well deserved. I remember subbing to Phable when he had, I think, under 400 subs. He's almost at, I think, 700. He's so close to hit the 700 subs. Like, it's wild to see. Like, it's awesome to see. It's well deserved. Fun shows. Had a bunch of cool people on all the time. Metal Elf Collectibles, who you might have seen him in Robbie's chats before.
I was just gonna say he had a bunch of cool people and Robbie, but
Oh goodness. Yeah, but really good time. I got a little stack of past ones I need to get to watch, and I got them saved. I just haven't been able to watch them yet. But last night I got off early enough to where I could catch the tail end of it. A lot of fun. So be sure you check him out. So before I get to my last thing, you said you had a show you want to talk about. Nope.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, if anybody else has checked it out,
Heroes.
Heroes.
Hell yeah.
So this one, I started watching this back whenever Netflix was still doing the mail out, the DVDs and everything else. So you only get 2 at a time. So it's like disc 1, and you only got so many episodes. So get disc 1, disc 2, blah blah blah, and then I wound up getting all the way up to like disc 6, and I'm waiting on disc 6. Well, I gotta wait because somebody's got that checked out right now. I'm like, are you kidding me? So then I ordered it off Amazon or wherever, somewhere off the internet, Walmart.com, I think. And it shows up, and the box doesn't look so great. And I'm like, oh no. Get in the box, and I go through all of it, and I'm looking at it, and it had one of those little fan fold cases to it, right?
Yeah.
And all the discs were okay. 2 of them were still in the case, but there was 4 of them, or however many was left in the 5 or whatever. They were loose and just kind of jostled down at the bottom of the little box. I'm like, oh no. Going through and kind of played through all of them, and everything was fine except for disc 6.
Oh no.
That was the only one that screwed up in the whole lot. So I still had to wait, and then finally got through it all. But that first season was so addictive. That situation was a real situation, not being able to watch that 6th disc, because I was so invested in that first season. Like I said, I don't know if they really had plans to actually go further past that, because you can tell how much time, how much effort, how much money that they had in that first season. And then every season after that was much shorter, much less stuff going on, and felt very rushed with the writing. So I don't think they had much plans going past the first season, but I still enjoyed second, third, and fourth seasons. And then they actually even came back and did a reboot series for it, where they brought back half the cast, I would say, and then kind of abandoned it. Didn't really do anything past that. They just kind of did a wrap up. But Zachary Levi was in that reboot actually for a few episodes. But yeah, this is a really good one. It's a solar eclipse happens and gives a whole bunch of people powers that have been dormant. You find out later on, slight spoiler, but there's enough in this show that that'll only be a minor one. But there's been people among us throughout the world that have powers, and this solar eclipse, I don't know if it's a special solar eclipse or if it's just each time one happens, that it basically awakens docile powers within people. But no, I have not seen Alphas. I'll have to check that one out. But but it's a really good show. There's a guy that can predict the future through his comic books. So he does all these big, panels and all that kind of depict, like he's actually writes comics, but sometimes whenever he's all drugged out and shit, he goes into these little trances and winds up painting something that winds up coming true. And it winds up scaring him once people start to show up and asking him things, because that he winds up turning out writing about real people, and these people start to show up at his door, and he's like, I don't, so he gets all spazzed out. And then you got people that control time, people that are, completely invulnerable to injuries, not necessarily bulletproof or like Luke Cage or Superman, but like get into a tragic, like head spun around, like broken neck, broken body, everything, and then snap all back to place kind of thing. There's those powers. And your basic, people who can manipulate fire, fly, telepathy, all that kind of stuff. There's one guy that actually can go in and figure out how your power works and then takes it from you, essentially. But it's also usually for whoever that person is. yeah, there's tons of stuff. Just it gets deep with the lore too. You know, you go back to ancient Japan, and a bunch of stuff happens in that show. It's so good though. The circular writing sometimes that it does, looping it back together with the previous stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah, I remember when that show came out. I think I watched the first 2 episodes, and then something happened, and I just never finished it.
So good.
I had never heard of it until The Big Bang talked about it in an episode, and Sheldon was like, "Screw you, Zachary Quinto," or whatever his name was, because he got the wrong spot cut out or whatever.
Right.
That's the first time I heard of it.
Dog's trying to kill me.
So little honorable mention, little honorable mention on top of notes. If y'all never checked it out, Warehouse 13.
Oh yeah, I saw that one.
Warehouse 13, fantastic sci-fi show. I think it's one of the longest running sci-fi shows they had, because sci-fi, they had like a season something and canceled it most of the time.
One of my favorite series ever that was on sci-fi. I can't think of the name of it now, but a guy becomes sheriff of a town. What the hell is the name of that?
Eureka. It's
tied Eureka. Together. Yes, I loved that, and I was
They're
so
tied
pissed.
Together.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
I was so pissed when they got rid of that. Oh, I was pissed.
Yeah, somebody from Eureka comes over to Warehouse 13 for something, and then the girl that's Warehouse 13 goes to Eureka.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fantastic shows. All right, so my last one, folks.
Are you gonna let me do my last one, or are you gonna skip me?
Do you have a last one?
Yeah, Terry Brooks. I've been waiting all night. It's my favorite freaking thing.
Feed me, Seymour. Feed me.
Oh. Wow, I totally forgot about that.
The Shannara, but we didn't talk about Magic Kingdom.
Look, you see what happens when the slides don't work? I'm all kinds of lost. All kinds.
You can go first. Just don't get me, because I love this series.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. We'll try. Let me see if it'll show up.
Oh, I can't even begin to tell you people, if you have never read these, to read these, because this series meant so much to me when I read it. I connected with this series. I've got all of them in hardcover. I have 2 duplicates actually in hardcover because I wanted a set that I never opened. And the other set I was reading until pages were starting to come loose. And I also have the paperbacks. This is a passion for me. I love this. If anything was ever going to rival Tolkien for me, it would be this series. I can't tell you, if you had to give me a choice of which one I could never read again, it would take me forever. But in the end, it might be this one. So all that being said, this follows a lawyer from Chicago who's very unhappy in his life. He's very grieving. He's got the money and all that, but he just feels empty inside. And I think we can all probably relate to that at one point, other than having all the money in the world because he's a lawyer. And that's what connected with me, because when I read the first one was, I had lost my dad and all this stuff was going on. And I always just wished I could escape, So anyway, Ben Holiday, he starts flipping through this catalog, and he comes across an ad. And it says Magic Kingdom for sale, $1 million. If interested, contact da-da-da-da-da. I don't remember the phone number, even though I've read it a million times. But so he thinks about it. He's like, this has to be a scam. But then he's like, the hell with it. I got nothing to lose. So he calls the number, and a guy named Meeks answers, and they have a meeting they schedule a meeting to talk about it. And he goes over there and he's like, so what's the deal with this? What kind of scam is this? Is this some kind of a fantasy role play thing, or what is it? And he's like, no, it's a real magic kingdom. And it doesn't have a king. And the kingdom is falling apart. And I can't run it. So I want to sell it. And so if you buy it, you will be king of this entire kingdom. And he's like, yeah, right. And he's like, no, I'm dead serious. You might think I'm kidding, but I don't do that. I'm a businessman. You got the money, you'll be king. So he's like, screw it. And he gives him a check for $1 million. And they go for a ride. And he's like, walk over there and walk between those trees and just keep walking and you'll know when you're there. And he's sitting there thinking, is this a snuff thing? Or is he going to like try to off me because he's got my money? But he's like, you know, to hell with it. I got nothing to lose. And he gets out and he walks. And then he walks into a mist. And then it looks like a cave and it gets real dark. And then it opens up and he's in a brand new world with things that he's never seen before, creatures he's never seen before. And he's like, you have got to be kidding me. And it's real. And he's greeted by this dog that can walk on his back feet and talk. And he's like, hello, sir, you must be the new king. And Ben's like, what's going on? Am I on an acid trip or what? And no, it's real. He's now the king of this kingdom. And there's other characters. There's a bumbling wizard that can never do anything right called Quester Thews, who may or may not have turned a man into a dog. Yeah, that's the dog he met, and his name is Abernathy. And later on, he meets a tree sylph called Willow, and eventually they become a couple, and she becomes his queen. But it just reached me. It connected with me in a big way because I just wanted to escape. And that's behind the first book. And then the second book, The Black Unicorn, they all go on a quest for a mystical beast that can heal the land. And by doing so, that would deepen Ben and Willow's bond together. And something happens where he becomes more than he thought he could ever be. But I don't want to spoil it because I'd really love people to read these. And Wizard at Large puts our group up against a rogue imp and a circus of magical chaos, for lack of a better way to put it. And it is so much fun, but yet it stays true to the story. It doesn't get really silly, but it's a fantastic story. And then the Tangle Box traps Ben and all of his allies in a shifting prison. And it forces Willow to try to make this Hail Mary type daring rescue. And that one was very suspenseful because I was, so into the characters. Witch's Brew raises the stakes big time because now Ben has a daughter named Miss Taya, and she's kidnapped by a witch, an evil witch called Nightshade. And she is the second most powerful being in this kingdom, with the most powerful being the paladin. But I don't want to talk much about the paladin. And this really tests the strength and fortitude and the family unit of Ben and Willow, because Nightshade is really badass. And then I thought that was the end of it. I thought there wasn't going to be any more because he quit writing books. And then 10, 15 years goes by, and I just happened to walk into Borders, and I see on the new release shelf, The Princess of Landover under Terry Brooks. I'm like, you got to be shitting me. And I grabbed it, and sure enough, it was the continuation of the story. But in this one, it's all about Miss Taya, who is the princess, and it's her like coming of age story as she has to embrace her dual heritage and help secure the future of the kingdom. And oh, there are so many awesome themes in this story. You've got love, you've got legacy, you've got feeling hopeless to rising from the pits of your lowest to being king, leadership, but they balance it with humor, and it's a really warm and hopeful fantasy where, you know, magic and heart rebuild a world that is totally broken. And like I said, I absolutely love this series, and it is the only one that could compete with Lord of the Rings for me as the best series of books I've ever read. I highly encourage you to check these out because they're quick reads too. Anyway, they are for me. When I crack the first cover, I don't close it until I'm done. So give these a try. There, I'm done.
Very.
Sorry, I didn't mean to get too mushy on you, but I love that series.
No, dude, you're good. You're good. Because speaking of series, I'll take the chat off the screen. What I'm going to talk about is this is my Star Wars, that one thing that I can't get enough of, no matter what medium it's in. And I'm talking about a series of games called Gears of War. Now, I have at one point owned all of these. Gears of War E-Day hasn't come out yet. That's a prequel to the entire series. And then Gears Pop, they shut it down after a couple of years. That was a phone game, really fun game. But all these other ones have played, have owned, still own. Still to this day, Jenna, Sean, and I will play them all. So it centers around a planet called Sarah, which I was literally today years old after playing these games since 2007, 2008. Sarah is spelled S-E-R-A. When you spell that backwards, it's A-R-E-S, which is Ares, which is the god of war. So the reason that the series is called Gears of War, though, is there's a government called the Coalition of Ordered Governments, or COG. So all the people in the army are called Gears. Instead of having dog tags, they have COG tags, which in the games, COG tags are one of those like collectibles that you find during the campaigns. And in the first game, I played the game so damn much, I used to remember every single location for the COG tags. Any new person that I played the game with, took them through the story. At least the first three, I have beaten on every mode they had, either with someone, because the first game and the second game are only 2-player, but you control the other two guys that are with you. The other games, they started implementing 3 or 4-player. So I beat them by myself or with a teammate. I love these games so much. I can pop them in at any time. We still play a mode on here called Horde, where it's you fighting the villain later on in this because there's a bit of a backstory here. Called the Locusts, or Grubs is also what they're called. They're from underground. They're subterranean dwelling. So the whole thing that starts this game off is it is almost the 27th century on this planet. And this is something that not only has the games, but then there's books. There's like 8 books. There's also comics. Some of these started out at Wildstorm, I believe, or DC, and then went to Wildstorm. Then the last ones, I think, are IDW. Own all of these, own all the books. So, on this planet, before we get to the meat of the game, when you read the books, you find out planet has basically been at war forever. They have a war called the Pendulum Wars, which was a war that lasted 79 years. And it was over this this substance, which was a fuel source called emulsion. And it was the coalition of ordered governments versus the UIR, which was the Union of Independent Republics, which in my experience with the game, they sound Russian. They make the UIR people sound like Russian, so it's like America versus Russia, like Cold War stuff. This war goes on, like I said, for 79 years. And the COG ends up winning it because they steal plans for a weapon called the Hammer of Dawn, which is a satellite-based, emulsion-powered death ray, basically. So they win the war. Well, there's peace for maybe a couple of months, and then this new threat rises from the depths of the earth and takes out 25% of the world's population. They're monsters. So we start the game with our main character, and I'll pop that up. Our main character, Marcus Phoenix, the guy that's in the do-rag, is in a prison called the Slab, and he's there for disobeying orders. And we see the guy that's kind of front and center here. That is Dom Santiago. Now, what you find out in the books is Dom had an older brother named Carlos. And when they were all kids, Carlos, Marcus, and Dom, they were inseparable. Marcus found the Santiagos, was like his second home, because his mother disappeared and his father was a big-time scientist within the COG. So never around for Marcus. So Marcus spent a lot of time. These were like his brothers. In the first book, you find out Carlos is killed before any of this stuff with the Locust happens. He's killed. So it's just been Marcus and Dom. Well, Marcus gets thrown in prison. The game opens with Dom breaking him out. Basically, like, all the prisoners got a pardon because the Locusts have overrun this world so much that they have to have every body they can to fight. So break out, and it's basically them trying to get this weapon called the light mass bomb into where the Locusts live. It's called the Hollow, which is in kind of like, it's subterranean species. You find out though that the emulsion is not this great power source they thought it was. It's doing something to people, giving them something called rust lung, and but aside from that, so they're with, at first, a group called it's either Alpha or Zeta. I can't remember which outfit they're with, but their team ends up being killed, and they end up teaming up with basically what I could say is, if Ed was a video game character, it's the blonde guy in the back. His name is Baird. He's the smart ass genius that can basically build anything. The personality, like, Ed's not as much of a jerk as this guy is.
Oh, don't bet on it, mister. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, okay. Well, so I got to tell people this right off the bat. So in the game, Marcus, again, the guy with the do-rag, is voiced by John DiMaggio, who many may know as Bender from Futurama. Dom, guy up front center, voiced by Carlos Ferro, who, if you have watched any of our videos, the second time I went to Comic Palooza, Carlos was there, signed a picture for Jenna, took a picture. Lovely, lovely human being. Like, he's another one of those cases where people like, yeah, don't meet people that you're interested in or that you think are awesome because they're probably suck in real life. Nope, Carlos is the complete opposite of that. Such a good dude. Talked to me for a while, did some of his lines from the game. Like I said, Jenna got a signed picture from him. Great guy. Baird is voiced by Fred Tatasciore. I'm pretty sure I'm butchering that, but he has done voice work for the Hulk in the Disney Marvel stuff. He was Hulk in the Ultimate Spider-Man, and then he was Hulk in Agents of Smash. You've probably heard his voice everywhere. And then the guy in the back, Augustus Cole, also known as the Cole Train, voiced by none other than the mighty Rasta himself, Lester Spate. If anybody remembers Lester Spate from the Terry Tate office linebacker commercials back in the day, it's him. Big, boisterous guy, very funny. Cole is kind of like the heart of this team. He was a big sports star on their planet. It's the sport is called thrashball. So he was a big thrashball player who, when the locusts attacked and killed a bunch of people, he signed up for the COG immediately. He was like, he's a great dude, always funny, always optimistic. And a little spoiler from the books that I'll tell you is they have this battle. They make it out, take out the locusts that are there, and they're riding back in their Humvee-like vehicle. I can't remember what they call them, but he's writing a letter. And another gear comes up. He goes, "Hey, what are you doing?" He goes, "I'm writing a letter to my mama." And the guy's like, "Oh, I didn't know you had any family left." And Cole, just staring at the paper, says, "I don't." Now, before the books came out, Cole was the life of the party. He, like I said, he's the heart. He's the funny guy. He's joking. Reading the book when I got to that part was such a freaking gut punch. Like, because it shows you, even though he's lost people, he's still a good dude. He still wants to make sure the people around him feel safe and comfortable and all that other jazz. So there's some other characters that if you play the games and everything, you'll fall in love with. There's Anya Stroud, whose mother was a very famous, I think she was a colonel or lieutenant in the COG named Helena. Then you have Colonel Hoffman, who you find out he's got pack horse. Thank you. Yeah. You find out he's the one who basically had Marcus imprisoned. He doesn't trust Marcus, and you find out Marcus left his post to try and save his dad. And because he did that, he was court-martialed, thrown into the slab, which the book for the slab, out of most of the Gears books, is my favorite one. Because Marcus is well known for having this, I don't think you can see it in this picture, and I don't have another one, but he's got a big scar on his face. And in the slab, you find out how he gets the scar. So you have, in the first game, you have this character named General Rom, who is this character on the front of this cover. Now, in the original game, because they remastered this one for Xbox One, in the original game, he had this weapon called a torque bow. The torque bow is a kind of like if you took a crossbow but made it look like a regular bow, and it fired emulsion tipped arrows that explode after a few seconds. So he had that in the original game. Then in the second game, he has this freaking awesome looking double-barreled minigun looking thing that's just fantastic. And you find out this whole race is being led by a very human-looking queen named Queen Mira. Again, like I said, I am just... Hold on just a second. My goodness, Puppo, it's okay.
Now, which one of these is Reloaded based on?
Gears Reloaded is them taking... So they have Gears of War, and then there's Gears of War Ultimate Edition, and then they did Gears of War Reloaded.
Gotcha.
So it's based off the first game still.
Okay.
Which kind of had some people up in arms because they're like, why wouldn't you just remaster Gears 2? Why wouldn't you pick one of the other games to remaster? Because, like I said, I keep my Xbox 360 around to play some of these. Like, a lot of them are backwards compatible, though. But the fact that you took the first game and you remastered it basically twice instead of moving on to the next game, like there's a lot of people, especially me.
And then charging like $40-$50 for it.
Exactly. We're like, just give us the rest of the game. Remaster the rest of the games.
Yeah, because they have it on Steam right now, Reloaded, for 50% off. So it's $19.99 instead of $39.99.
Yeah, but like,
I was like, you know what? I'm going to talk to Jay. I can't remember if he said good or bad about this game. Something about this game says, don't buy this right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, let me. I'll tell you this, man. It's worth it if you want to try it.
Yeah,
it's definitely worth it. Like, these are not
you get to
games
experience the first game, but with it,
I mean, if you could
fixed all the bugs.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. You know, even just playing the only thing that the Ultimate Edition did when they remastered it. So this game was also released on PC. But there is a campaign, because they're done in campaigns and chapters. There was an entire campaign taken out. It was only available on PC. In the Ultimate Edition, they put that back into the game. So that the Ultimate Edition, which is funny, Sean was the first one to get an Xbox One. He got the Ultimate Edition. I played it before he did. Like, I was like, dude, you're working. I got to play, man. I got to find out what they did. They only changed a couple of the cog tag locations, so I was still knew exactly where everything was. This game was based off the Unreal Engine. This was going to be an entirely different game to begin with. And it's kind of famous for being the cover-based, over-the-shoulder camera view video game. Instead of it being first person or third person, it's that over the shoulder kind of play style, and like I said, cover based. This was a game, folks, that I didn't play this stuff. I didn't play war games. I played either superhero games, Lego games, or wrestling games. I didn't play games like this. This game, though, has, from the first time I actually played it, has had a hold on me since 2007, 2008 when I first played it. When my roommate bought that game and had me play it, I loved it so much that when I found out there was going to be a 2, I scheduled a vacation and I pre-ordered the game around when the game was dropping. So the minute that game dropped, I was on vacation. I went and picked it up. My buddy took me, because I didn't drive for a long time. But my buddy went, I picked it up. I spent my whole vacation playing that and Skate 2. I think I got Skate 2 at the same time, because those are fun games. But then I found out there were books. Sean was the one, I believe, who told me there were books, because he had one. Like, it's not that I'm not an avid book reader, but I'm more of a comic book person. Those books were, like Ed was saying when he cracked open that book and he didn't close it until he was looking at that back page. That's how I am with these Gears books.
So
Except-
did this start as a game and became a book and all
Yes.
this stuff, or did it start at something else and turn
Nope.
into a game?
It started as a video game.
That's pretty amazing.
And I remember watching the first, like, I saw the trailer for it when it came out. The first trailer I saw, Marcus Phoenix did not look like that character. But the thing that I remember, and it's a running theme through most of the games, is Gary Jules' Mad World was the trailer music. And it fit so. Yes. I would 100% tell y'all when we get done tonight, look up just the game trailers.
I feel like I
Gears,
remember that one.
Yeah, Gears 4, which is set way into the future, has Marcus's grown son as pretty much the main person for that game. I think they had a cover of Nothing Else Matters. That just fit the trailer perfect. Like, we as a household got so invested in these characters that there was one of them that Jenna and I played when we weren't living with Sean like, we didn't live with Sean till years after. Like, Sean and I, we hung out all the time, but I had a house and Jenna and I had first met. We were playing Gears. We played the third one. And when we were done with a certain part of the game, we immediately messaged Sean. We're like, when you get to this part, man, just hang on. And later on, he got to play it, and he's like, dude, I can't believe what they did. I was like, I know. It was such an impactful thing. And in the second game, it's freaking impactful. But the third one, it's like they cranked it up, and the stakes were just high, man. This game is, if I never got into superheroes, this game would have gotten me in the comics 100%. Anything that has to do with, that has Gears of War on it, I'm there. This is my thing. I don't play card games. Or not card games, but I don't play board games. I've never been a board game person. But we have the board game for this. I've never played it, but it's got Gears on it, so we got it. This is legit my Star Wars. And I know a lot of people, they're like the multiplayer people of this. I like some of the multiplayer stuff. There's definitely games for that. Like I said, we still play Horde, which 50 waves of ever increasing enemies. Very fun. Like, that part's very fun. Great to play with a group. But I will go back and just play the first 3 games over and over again. We still play 4 and 5, but if anybody ever was like, hey man, I want to go through these games, I'm there. I will play first timer anybody, because this is a game that I'm not super into first person shooters either. So when everybody was playing Halo, this was the game that I'm like, this is my Halo. I'm so freaking invested in this world that we're missing 2 books. Outside of that, we have all the books, all the comics. I think the only thing that might be missing is there's like a survival guide kind of book out there. I got a JD action figure. I got cog tags somewhere. I got coins. This is if somebody told me choose between this and Star Wars, as much as I love Star Wars would have to go for me. Like, that's how big I am on this. And I really enjoy Star Wars, but there's just something about this world that's been built. Cliff Bleszinski from Epic, when they were Epic, he built something really special. I have been waiting for years for them to do a movie. This is another, like, everything Jay loves, we're going to wait on, or it's going to be stuck in development hell. When Gears 4 came out in 2014, 2016, there was talks of them finally doing a movie. Nothing ever came of it. Then Netflix acquired the rights. Now, I always wanted them to let Batista have it because Batista has been campaigning to be Marcus Phoenix for a very long time. So much so that in the fourth game or fifth game, he's a skin where you can replay the entirety of the game. He's in Marcus's place. Like, this dude loves the game. Ice-T was in the game for a couple of the games. His band Body Count did a song for it. Like, this is there's a movie called I want to say it's called Noobs. It's got Jason Mewes and Zelda Williams, Robin Williams' daughter, in it. And it's basically these kids going to a tournament, and Casper Van Dien's in it too. Going to a Gears of War tournament. I think it's Gears 2 that they're playing. Like, this is my, if they were like, hey, you can't watch anything else, this would probably be it for me. Like, I'm so excited. There's been movement on the Gears of War movie. And at this point, I've for a while, I wish that streaming services would do the route of, let's do a 6-episode series or even 4 episodes to get you invested in these characters and then lead into a Netflix movie. But at this point, I'm going to take what they give me. I have high hopes for this movie. I have fettered expectations, like not as high. I just have high hopes for this movie. My expectations aren't like out of this world for it. But if this movie's good, this is going to be a movie that I rewatch more than Deadpool, more than Transformers, more than Superman. So, folks, I'm telling you, if anything at all about this sounds interesting to you, find the first game. I'm telling you, I am the person that did not play these games. I wanted a Facebreaker game. It was some boxing game. And my buddy who had the Xbox was like, no, dude, this looked cool. It's a chainsaw gun. Check this out. I was being a little bitch about it, and I was like, fine, whatever. I mean, it is your Xbox, blah, blah, blah. I'm telling you, the minute I put a chainsaw and cut this grub dude in half, long ways with it, I was sold. I was done. I love the weapons in it. I love everything about this world. And I'm telling you, if you just give it a shot, you just might too, and you might be just as weirdly fanatical about it as I am. Like, seriously, if you get a chance, read the comics if games aren't your thing. Read the books if comics aren't your thing. But try to get into this universe, because I'm telling you, there's so much lore. I'm always learning new stuff. And that's the best part about it, because it's just like comic books for me. I always love learning new things about stuff that I'm passionate about. And the fact that I can still learn shit about Gears to this day is one of the greatest things. I never stop learning about this, and that's why I love it so much. So that's the last thing I got, folks. That's why I saved it for last, because I knew I was going to go on a little ranty freaking thing with it. But yeah, I love the series. I love the books, love the comics.
I can just see you dropping down into the world of Tremors with a chainsaw. Come on, bitch!
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
I would. Yeah. Whew, that was it. There's my ranty, not really ranty, but my passionate speech about people giving Gears of War a chance. Whew. So, slide deck be damned, we made it through.
Ain't no stopping us.
That's right.
Pretty the fool.
That's right. And
It's
and
fine. We'll just get the physical stuff.
exactly. And see, I was telling Ed that the reason I did that, I was like, because all this stuff, I don't have it in my office anymore, but out there in the living room is where it's all at. Like I knew where everything was. I was like, it's super easy for me to just grab everything. So I was like, I'll use the slide deck for y'all, so y'all don't have to worry about searching for it. And I'll just
I didn't have to search far. I've never pulled those books. A couple of them I haven't pulled out of the sleeve. So I was like, oh man.
like I said, I was like, make it super easy, have y'all stuff in the slide deck, and then the damn slides don't want to show up on screen. No clue what that's about.
If I'd have thought about it, and if I'd know exactly where it was and how to get to it, when I was at U of M, one of the things that was popular close to campus was used bookstores. Imagine that, college town. And I found a Magic Kingdom for Sale sold, Terry Brooks, autographed, at that used bookstore, $2, because no one knew what it was.
Damn.
I found the book and I grabbed it just because I love it, and I was probably going to buy it anyway. But when I opened it and saw his signature on there, I'm like, how much? That whole rack's just $2. Okay. I cherish that. My Bible goes up here, and that's right underneath it, because I don't have a Tolkien signature. But I can relate. Oh, and Jay, did you eat your Oreo? Nope, missed the beginning.
Oh yeah,
The jersey.
yeah. Number 54, Thad Castle.
I didn't even know they sold stuff like that.
I didn't either.
There's such small shows, certain merch. But
Yep,
guess if you're looking, you can find almost anything.
Yep, she like I said, I got those two different Sudbury Blueberry Bulldogs hockey sweaters from Shoresy. She's got me this one, and then she said she's gonna get me an Alex Moran one next.
I'm gonna make me a Reacher hat.
You should.
And there will not be an Oreo anywhere near that hat.
The other thing you might have missed was no, that's not it. Jay, what are you doing? Where's it at? Where's it at? Is it here? Yes. That's what I forgot.
Oh yeah, I did see that behind you. Little mag. What is it? I forget what they call that. Maglev.
Floating figure.
I think I remember that magazine. What's a magazine? Yeah, I know. Old fart in the room.
Oh, books with words in it. What are them? I don't even know them highlight magazines that they got there at the doctor's offices.
Talk about a cesspool of germs, man. Magazines in a doctor's office. Even as a kid, I was like, I'm not reading that here. No.
Break out the gloves. So here I was thinking, you know what? Once again, man, there's some stuff to talk about, but there's no way this is going to be longer than like 2 hours. Here we are at 3 hours and 45 minutes. Which is great.
Dude,
because
when all we do is call each other, a 5-minute phone call turns into 17 hours.
That is true.
I know I'm not exaggerating. Nope, and I have done that.
Well, I believe it. Like I said, the longest show we've done together was
7 hours.
with Castle. Which, if I remember, Rex said correctly, we
Yep,
might
Monday.
Castle on Monday on the Experience. I miss him a lot. He said he messaged me the other day. He's like, "Man, I miss you." I was like, "Dude, I miss you too." Like, you know, but unfortunately, you know, things in life happen, and
Cancer is a bitch, man.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. So
Like they said in the Superman and Lois, fuck cancer.
folks, I just want to mention, I talk about stuff you should check out, and the one thing, because we usually bring it up every once in a while, Superman and Lois, folks. If you can find it, it should be on HBO Max. I'm telling you, that show, it's weird to me that it actually is connected to the Arrowverse in some way, because it really feels like it was connected to the movie universe, if I'm being honest. Like, some of the stuff that happens in that show was like, man, they put a lot of money into the show. They really did. Like, the effects,
And it shows
yeah,
because of the quality.
it was. Not saying the Arrowverse stuff was bad, but it just feels like the budget for freaking Superman and Lois was like movie.
I just wish they would swap actresses and made Lois Lana and Lana Lois, because Lana would have been much better as Lois. Because Skeleton Girl drives me nuts every once in a while, especially when she's like looking at the camera and she's like, I'm overacting.
Oh,
Other than that, I love that show.
Bitsy. She was kind of the same way in Grimm.
Thanks. I'll never watch Grimm. I'll write that on my list.
You should watch Grimm. Grimm's a great show.
Does she die? Maybe I'd watch it then.
Don't remember that much of it, but
I want to cast her in a Michael Myers movie for one reason and one reason only. And that's all I'll say.
thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Oh, not you. Han just decided in his sleep he was just going to rip ass. So,
Oh, hey, mine's doing that too.
yeah.
The Aussie thing.
I guess I'll just have to rip my own ass. Wait, what? Never mind.
Don't forget the staircase. Okay.
Shut up. That never happened. It was a bad dream.
Goodness. And my kind of monthly reminder to watch Swamp Thing if you get a chance. Swamp Thing, one of the best things that came out of the DC Universe app before they turned to comics. All right, they call it something different now, actually.
I'm even reading Swamp Thing, and I still never remember to finish watching it. I'm reading it, and I don't remember to finish watching it.
Yeah, needs to be what I call an ed-titted version, where we turn the brightness up so you can see.
Turn a light on. Light a candle, you sumbitch.
Hearing you
Make it the
that,
flaming swamp like on Princess Bride. Get a little light in there.
when you said that, first of all, I'm like, oh man, he's missing such a great series because he can't see, which is understandable. It is dark. It reminded me of there is an episode of Game of Thrones where they have this big battle. And I'm like, guys, you realize that I know that this is like medieval fantasy times, but you can still use lighting for a TV show.
Talking about the dragon fight.
The dragon, just that whole
Battle of Winterfell with the others.
Yeah, it was in the dark.
But you know why
That
they
was
do
total
that.
budget.
And that's all budgeting, yeah. They don't have to have this quality of effects if it's dark because you can't see it looks bad. That's why
They
they
even
do
came
it.
out and said that afterwards.
They said the same thing about that. I think it was Alien Predator or something. It was one of those where the whole
AVP
damn movie.
Requiem.
Until I watched it on my own TV and was able to turn up, I'm like, oh my god, I missed that. I missed that too.
I saw that movie in theaters, and it wasn't until like 10 years later I was like, oh, she wasn't just pinned to the wall, she was cut in half.
Right, exactly. That's what I was talking about. That's the exact part I was talking about. Like, I didn't see that.
Nope, I thought she was just pinned to the wall.
Yep.
The budget, man. Like, that reminds me. So,
Yeah, that's why there
Really?
was only 8 episodes instead of 10 that season 2.
it took
Or 6 maybe. It was short.
yeah, it was short one, but I'm really into reading scripts. And somebody had the first Deadpool script. Read it. The things that got taken out of that movie is insane. Angel was actually 3 different characters. It was Sluggo, Wire, Garrison Kane. Ajax had hair because when Wade first got turned into Deadpool and they had that big fight, Deadpool took a box cutter and backwards on Ajax's forehead put a name tag. My name is Ajax, and it was covered up by his hair. So whenever he would look in the mirror, he'd lift it up and he'd see, hi, my name is Ajax, like carved into his forehead. Well, there was also a very big, I think it was the first one where he gets all those guns in a bag and he gets Dopinder to take them to see Ajax and he forgets the bag, right? That's because they had just cut $2 million from the budget. So that scene was actually, Ajax was a businessman and was in like a skyscraper. And that scene was Deadpool taking all those weapons. There wasn't Negasonic Teenage Warhead. It was only Colossus. And fighting up this building with all those weapons. And he uses every single one of them. Like the automatic shotguns, like everything. So the whole reason that they had him forget the bag was because they cut the budget. But at least you could see what was happening.
Well, didn't they make a joke about that too, right there?
Yep.
It's something about the budget.
Well, it's when he goes to get Negasonic and Colossus. He's like, big house, only 2 of you here. Like the studio couldn't afford another X-Men or something.
Right.
So it's weird. It's weird that stuff like that happens, man. But it was because of the leaked test footage that the movie got greenlit in the first place. They didn't realize how much money the movie was going to make because it made a lot of money for the budget. Made a lot of money, that first movie did.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, man, reading that first script, I'm like, man, I wish some of the stuff that would have happened would have still been in there. I know there's some deleted scenes where they show him going to a not a fake. There's a word for it. Maybe charlatan. Maybe that's the word. Goes to a doctor who says he can pull the cancer out of people. Like he got so desperate, he went to that guy. Well, he
Snake
sees
oil salesman.
Yes, there you go. Well, he sees the doctor reach into a bucket full of chicken guts.
Man on the Moon.
Yeah. And it does basically the same thing, right? Well, Deadpool sees him do this, and the next thing you know, it cuts to him just slicing, like killing the doctor, and really pulling his guts out. So there was a lot of stuff in the script that got cut due to budgetary things, and there's always rewrites. First script is never like 100%. That's what we're going with.
Budget being one thing. But another thing that I just don't get is when they cut a scene that would have made the movie so much better.
Or made sense.
Like the Uncle Ben scene and like the Peter Parker's parents showing up in Amazing Spider-Man. Why would you cut that? That was an amazing scene.
Yep. I'm still mad we never got the Sinister Six. I'm still mad about that. There was some weird thing that happened with Andrew Garfield that had that
Yeah.
movie, but I understand people didn't really like the second one because there's too many villains stuffed in it.
Just Harry.
Well, the whole Harry thing ruined it.
Yeah.
It's just like Raimi did with the
Sandman
Venom.
and Venom and Hobgoblin, or well, second Green Goblin, not Hobgoblin.
They rushed Venom. He should have kept that suit that whole movie and have a whole movie on Venom, not have the ooze and then it just gets on in 20 minutes. Like, what are you doing? You know.
Well, and if I'm being 100% honest about that, they should have waited till the end and had Thomas Hayden Church not play Sandman, even though he was a good Sandman. He had a better build for Venom than Topher Grace did. And I like Topher Grace from that 70s show.
Yeah, but he was a ridiculous choice for Eddie Brock.
Yeah. Yeah, I got to agree with that. And I always said that
he's Eddie Brock as much as Danny DeVito's Wolverine. I mean, come on.
No, that's way more believable.
He was going to be
because that was actually considered.
Him and Bob Hoskins, apparently.
Yeah.
Right. But no, but it's more like I'm just trying to think of the thinnest, browniest person that I could think of. It's like not putting Captain America through the process to make him Chris Evans size and just leaving him as that CG character. That's what it's like. This is Captain America.
I think
Ow!
Brock Lesnar is the most comic accurate representation of Venom. Like, Brock Lesnar looks like a human Venom. But, we don't want to put a wrestler in every single freaking movie.
Why not?
They would definitely have to dub his voiceover. Because
the only one that it didn't
They
work.
did it for Rigno.
Yeah.
Yes,
He
they
did not talk like, no. Raw.
I just found it hilarious that Ferrigno couldn't even make the growl noise, so they had to have Lurch do it. Growl, growl, growl. Good. You better end this. I'm going to get us banned.
I was fixing to say we made it to the 4-hour mark. It's 11 my time. Even dropping the show to 7 o'clock, we still go till almost midnight, or at least
you have to drop at 7 my time. Damn it!
6 o'clock.
He rolls his eyes. We'd still go till midnight.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. But all right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and drop you off so I can end this. See y'all in the back room.
Later.
All right, folks. Man. It's live, Stuff was working before the show. So apologize for that, but not much I can do while the show's going. But hopefully you had fun watching it. Something I forgot to do that I will do next week. I will do it next week. So let me go ahead and totally forgot this, but the new list has been made. I chose 15 books. I'm gonna read them off real quick, and then I'll end the show. So we got Everything Dead and Dying from Corey, Zenith by John Cole, Punisher War Machine, Henri, Adam Strange, Planet Heist, Dan Wickline, Dungeon Crawler Carl from Kyle, Mouse from Eddie Von B, Radiant Black from Sean, Asterios Polyp from Robbie, Manhunter from TJ, The Clock by Miss Jen, Black Hole from Steve Vendetta, And some of these were from YouTube. The Demon from EJL. Scott Snyder Swamp Thing, New 52 from Spill Villain. Alan Moore Swamp Thing from Nope. And The Question Deaths of Vic Sage from Oni B. Now, I said I was going to be choosing one tonight. I think I'm going to save that for next week. But that is the list. Now, if you didn't see your name on the list or you didn't see the book, one of the books you picked, if you gave me multiple ones, don't worry. They're still written down. They will be on the next list. Please, folks, keep giving me suggestions. I want to get a bunch of them on here. Dog's being weird, obviously, like he always is, right before the end of the show. But, yeah, so that's the new wheel. That's the list for this week, or for this year. Also, we're at 725 subs, folks. I don't know what to say other than thank you for all the subs. For everyone watching that watches any of our videos, catches the lives. Appreciate every single one of you. Don't forget, join us next Saturday, 8 Eastern, 7 Central, for another Hydra Hangout. Not sure what we're going to do or talk about, but we'll figure out something. We always do. You can find me on The Experience, _EXP, on most socials, or the EXP1. You'll find it. You'll notice the logo. Next week, doing most of the shows. I do a lot of them. Kyle takes over for some of them, but I'll be there. Come say hi in the chat. Always a fun time. Always got good stuff going on. Check out some of the shows. And if you're still watching here or watching on the rewind, please don't forget to like, share, comment, subscribe, all that fun stuff. With that being said, my voice is about to go out. So I want you all to have a great rest of your weekend, and see you next time. Later.
We talked about everything that makes us hum. Hail Hydrasylum, hail Hydrasylum. From trailers, comics, news, and more, we'll give you what you're looking for. Hail Hydrasylum, hail, 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 hail Hydrasylum.
Hydra. Hydra. Oh, fancy.